early light, what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Thank you, Meredith. Terrific job on that. On the south side of our arena this morning, we'll be having our Shorthorn show, the RPS Shorthorn show. Serving as our judge today is Kyle Galuli. He is the manager of CES and Predestined Cattle, a purebred and Hereford operation in Wadley, Georgia. He is a native of Indiana. Kyle is a 2002 graduate of Purdue University and was a member of the livestock judging team. Growing up showing both Hereford and Angus cattle, he met his wife Jennifer. They have 2 children, Grant and Diana Kate. Kyle is a past president of the Georgia Cattlemen's Association, and he is judged in over 25 states as well as Canada. Thank you, Kyle, for being here, and we look forward to your evaluation on the classes ahead today. So, on the north side of our ring, we will be having our other purebreds and composite show this morning. Serving as our judge in the north ring will be Corey Thompson. Corey was born and raised in Wayne, Nebraska on his family's diversified cattle livestock operation that consisted of cattle, hogs, and row crops. Corey received his bachelor degree in animal science from the University of Nebraska, where he competed on the livestock judging team. He also attended and competed for the livestock judging team at Northwest Community College. Corey is employed by 605 sires and donors and serves as their customer success representative. Corey and his wife Stacy have one son named Kai who enjoys showing cattle and market goats. Thank you, Corey, for being with us, and we look forward to seeing how you sort the cattle here today. In your south arena, ring 1, starting our Shorthorn show this morning. In the ring now, we've got Class 102. They are early spring heifer calves born March 1st, April 30th of 2023.
Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As we start over on our Shorthorn side, pleasure to be here again this morning after an enjoyable day yesterday. Looking forward to what you all have in store for us today. As we start in our Shorthorn division, a nice class of April and March heifers. I'm going to leave them as they stand, and initially maybe I thought the heifer in second could possibly lead us off, and I think she could on any given day. I think she's a little bit sounder, especially up through her knee, than our heifer that leads off the class. But this heifer, the April heifer up here in first, is just too high quality. A female that's nice in her size. You know, these are just calves still. They got a lot of time to grow and develop, but that's a really pretty pattern to a female, where her neck comes high out of her shoulder, her strength at top from her shoulder back, nice hip. Hind leg certainly moves really good for me. Like I said, I think it's mostly up in her knee today. And then being a calf, maybe she's just getting used to this show ring out here and just getting a little tight today, but nice way to lead us off. Heifer in second is a bigger frame, longer-sided female. Maybe just with time we'll get a little more body to match her frame and skeleton today, but she does move off better, especially down in that knee. A little more flexibility from the point of her shoulder down to the ground. Like I said, I like that length of body, strength at top, levelness from the top side of her shoulder back through her rump. Heifer to conclude the class, a little greener today, and I'm okay with that. I don't criticize these babies when they're still got some days to improve and grow, but as you study her from the ground up, maybe just a touch frailer in her bone work, gets those hocks closer together when she goes away from you, but a nice feminine-featured, youthful type of heifer. Like I said, got better days ahead of her for sure. Nice way to start out our Shorthorn show.
Results in your Shorthorn show from Class 102. First place goes to entry 2848. That is LC Della 18L, exhibited by Garrett Long of Platte Center, Nebraska. Second place goes to 2845. That's LC Laramie 33L, exhibited by Garrett Long of Platte Center, Nebraska. And third place goes to entry 1305, Crimson Twilight L301, exhibited by Claire Crissell of Chambers, Nebraska. Coming in the ring now, we've got Class 104. These are junior heifer calves born January 1st to February 28th of 2023. In our north ring, in our other registered breeds, we've got Class 208. These are spring yearling heifers born March 1st to April 30th of 2022. In our north ring, results from Class 208. First place goes to entry 3517, RJA Miss Karen 222K, exhibited by M&M Stock Farm of Panama, Iowa. Coming in now, we have Class 210, junior yearling heifers born January 1st to February 28th of 2022. Results from Class 210 in your AOB show. First place goes to entry 3518. That's M&M Miss Cheyenne, exhibited by M&M Stock Farm of Panama, Iowa. Coming in the ring, right now we'll be selecting our champion senior female and reserve champion senior female in that division.
Our January, February class of Shorthorns, nice solid red heifer to lead us out with. I'm not going to sit here and brag on her too much structurally because that's where I get a little concerning with her. I think she's got the right balance and eye appeal and completeness to lead off this class, but those hind legs still aren't just quite accurate. When she goes a little bit in at her hocks. Part of that's the way she's acting, but still I think there's just a little insecurity in that rear leg when you ask her to travel today, but a really nice profiling, strong-topped, pretty headed youthful type of female. Heifer in second, love the volume. She's bold sprung, she's deep-sided. Maybe wish she was a little bit longer out through her rump and maybe a little neater right in that tail head pin bone structure within that rump today. And I think if she was longer in that regard, I think she would set in that rump a little neater. But that's a heifer, like I said, like the shape from her center quarter on forward. Maybe like to bring her hind leg down a little bit neater too when she's right in front of you. She's wide enough at her hocks, but then she kind of comes down and tapers in at her feet. So I wish that base width was more visible within that female when you study her from the rear view, but like the shape and power she's got. Roan, bob-tailed heifer that the young man's got in third. Nice female, similar to the heifer in front of her in terms of a high volume, high capacious female. A heifer that is deeper quartered. I like the muscle that she brings down within that quarter today. Gets a little tighter hinged in that hip when she travels, and I think that just causes that hind leg to be straighter. I like the form to that hind leg, but when she travels, she just kind of brings it forward and shuffles it forward rather than setting it down with enough flexibility. The red roan heifer behind her, I think maybe a closer decision here in these next two females. Do you use the more moderate female that gives you a little more eye appeal, or probably the higher performance female that concludes the class? I just like the design of this heifer a little bit more. Frailer boned, not as powerfully built, not as powerfully constructed in terms of muscle, but outline and balance and symmetry just has a little more distinct advantage today. And then the heifer to conclude the class, like I said, there is more signs of performance and future growth within this heifer, but not as nice balance. Just a little plainer in her head, neck, and where she ties in at her shoulder, wants to drop in her pins bones ever so slightly, but a heifer that moves off with a lot of flex and give. Nice class of heifers.
In your Shorthorn show, results from Class 104. First place goes to entry 2693, BRUS Miss Rippin Time 1L, exhibited by Cole Bruce of Walbach. Second place, entry 2844, LC Liberty 12L, exhibited by Garrett Long. Third place, entry 3499, TCC Myrtle Bow 005, exhibited by Keegan Holen of Pierce, Nebraska. Fourth place entry 1362, GCF Margie 308L, exhibited by Crawford Family Shorthorns of Roca, Nebraska. And fifth place entry 1361, GCF Curly 307L, exhibited by Crawford Family Shorthorns of Roca. In the ring now in our Shorthorn show, we are selecting our junior heifer calf champion and reserve. In the north side of the ring, your champion senior female from the AOB show goes to entry 23518, M&M Miss Cheyenne, exhibited by M&M Stock Farm of Panama, Iowa, and reserve goes to 3517 RJA Miss Karen 222K, exhibited by M&M Stock Farm of Panama, Iowa. In the ring now is our AOB Class 214 cow-calf pair.
A nice division we start with here in our Shorthorn show. And again, I don't talk these divisions very much, but nice pair of heifers here in front of me. The calf up front still concerns me a little bit in that knee today. When she hits the ground, she just kind of plants her leg down without a lot of flex to that knee. And so that's where I'd change her. But I like the profile, like her presentation. I think she kind of has some similarities with the heifer behind her. I think that pair goes together pretty well. The red heifer, love her pattern, love the cow-like look she's got. Again, as I talked to her, just like to give her more precision and accuracy in that leg when she goes. That hock joint's just a little insecure today, but when she's stopped like she is now and she's acting right, that form looks pretty good to her. And then the second place contemporary to her, love the volume, love the dimension that she's got. Again, like to make her a little longer hipped and set that tail head and pin bone structure just a little neater in that top line, but that's a really good, sound, functional female. Today, I think I like the January and February heifers to stay together from that second class. She'll be champion in reserve. Congratulations.
Results from your Shorthorn show. Your junior heifer calf champion goes to entry 2693 BRUS Miss Rippin Time 1L, exhibited by Cole Bruce of Walbach, Nebraska. Reserve junior heifer calf in that division goes to entry 2844 LC Liberty 12L, exhibited by Garrett Long of Platte Center, Nebraska. In the ring now in your Shorthorn shows, Class 106, winter heifer calves born November 1st to December 31st of 2022. In our North Arena, in our AOB, first place in your cow-calf pair class 214 goes to entry 3519 ALJS Jolene, exhibited by M&M Stock Farm of Panama, Iowa. And that will also be your champion cow-calf pair in that division. Now we'll be selecting our grand champion ORB, other registered breeds.
Nice single entry here in our Shorthorn side. Just a nice female from the ground up, a good foot underneath her, good bone work, enough to her. Gentleman told me she's fresh from the breaking process at home, but acting really nice out here. Nice feminine feature, deep-bodied, deep-quartered type of heifer. Nice single entry. in our Shorthorn class, nice single entry September heifer, big bodied, really thick ended, beautiful top in her. The shape, the muscularity that she presents, just a really, really nice female in that regard. Maternally, wish maybe she just looked a little more feminine featured up in her head and neck, but structurally is where I get critical on her and like to just free her up as she gets awful tight and restricted from her hooks back and pins down. It kind of starts up in her rump, and then you come down into that hock and pastern joint, just like to give her more flexibility as she goes. Nice heifer, though.
Results in your other registered breed class. Your grand champion goes to entry 3518 M&M Miss Cheyenne, exhibited by M&M Stock Farms of Panama, Iowa. Your reserve grand, other registered breeds, goes to entry 3519 ALJS Jolene, exhibited by M&M Stock Farm of Panama, Iowa. In the ring now, on the north side of your ring, we have other registered breed class, class 222, summer yearling bulls, born May 1st, August 31st of 2022.
Nice shorthorn division. I'm going to leave this pair of heifers as they stand basically on structure alone. I think the red heifer, although she's green and maybe a little bit plainer from a body type than the roan heifer behind her, she just moves with more flex and give and just doability long term, I think. She's better in her knee, better in her hock, better in her pasturing. The roan heifer gives you a little more show ring appeal. Nice heifer in terms of the power and dimension that I described, but just concerning to me long term and that knee and that to give off of that hind leg as she travels today. But a nice pair of heifers in that division.
In your Shorthorn show, your champion senior heifer calf goes to entry 2749 DJS Andel RL273, exhibited by Dean Steck of Laurel, Nebraska. And your reserve champion in that division goes to entry 2690 BRUS Whiskey Lullaby 21K, exhibited by Caitlin Bruce of Walbach, Nebraska. In the ring now in your Shorthorn show, we will have class 112 late spring yearling females born May 1st to June 30th of 2022. In your, let me catch up real quick, Corey. In your north ring, class 222 summer yearling bulls, first place goes to entry 613. That's MES Ragnarok, exhibited by Matthias Schulte of Kearney, Nebraska. That will be your champion senior bull in that division.
single entry May heifer, and your Shorthorn show also be your division late spring heifer. Really a powerful built female, and I love her bone work, love the foot that she stands down on. She has got tremendous foundation of foot and still with the substance smooth in that joint structure, and handles herself plenty well as you get her off into motion. Love the power that she's got. With that power, sometimes you're going to get some front end. I guess if I'd change her, I'd lay that shoulder just a little flatter in her skeleton today, maybe make her a little prettier up through that front 1/3 about her neck and head. But, man, when you put one with that much substance, that much shape, it's hard to maybe get one that just pleases you perfectly in their front 1/3. But like the way she travels and handles herself with that much shape.
Results on the north side of your ring. Class 400 was an added class in your program. First place goes to entry 1627, exhibited by A.J. Pospical from Chambers, Nebraska. In the ring now, we've got Class 402. These are early junior heifer calves born January 1st to February 28th. In your south arena, results from Class 112. First place goes to entry 2687, BRUS Ripon Mirage 12K, exhibited by Caitlin Bruce of Walbach. That'll also be your intermediate champion. Now in the ring in your south side is Class 114, early spring yearling females, born March 1st, April 30th of 2022. Results from your north side of the arena, other registered breeds. First place in Class 402 goes to entry 1019, DVNB Lily 310 ET, exhibited by Benish Cattle Company of Valparaiso, Nebraska. In the ring now, we've got Class 404, senior heifer calves born September 1st to December 31st of 2022.
Well, a really nice cow prospect here in second place today that just I really like tremendously. She just has a heck of a heifer to contend with, and they're two different types. If you're going to go after the show heifer today and you judge him as today, this is the heifer that easily starts. Just big bone. You know, she's highly fitted, but I still think there's plenty of bone underneath that female because of her joint structure, her foot structure, the shape from behind, beautiful, strong top in her. You could still maybe pretty her up in that head today for her body type and dimension that she's got to her. I like maybe a little more of that maternal look that you see in the cow prospect in second, but just very well presented, well shown today. Heifer in second, like I said, just very maternal in her look. Her head, her neck, the angle to her shoulder, good hind leg from her stifle to her hock to her pastern. Everything just works well. Just a notch plainer out through her rump as you get behind the two heifers. Not as much to her, but I think basically fundamentals. You project her today as a show heifer. Yes, she works in the ring. I think her best days are out on green grass.
Results from Class 114, early spring yearling females. First place goes to entry 2691. That's DJS Rose High 225, exhibited by Cole Bruce of Walbach, Nebraska. And second place, entry 323, NNT Fashions Protege 225K, exhibited by Anna Reddy of Scribner, Nebraska. Those will also be your junior champion female and junior reserve champion female from that division. In the ring now in your Shorthorn shows, Class 116, junior yearling females born January 1st to February 28th, 2022. In your north side of the arena from Class 404, first place goes to entry 1639, FFF Stryken Ashley 2333, exhibited by Emma Erweiler of Emerson, Nebraska. Coming in now, we'll be selecting our champion heifer calf and reserve champion heifer calf in that division. Results in the north side of the arena for champion heifer calf. Your champion goes to entry 1627. That is exhibited by A.J. Pospical. And your reserve champion goes to entry 1019 DVNB Lily 310 ET, exhibited by Benish Cattle Company of Valparaiso, Nebraska. Coming in the arena now, we have Class 406 summer yearling heifers born May 1st, August 31st of 2022.
Nice class of heifers here in the Shorthorn ring, and I moved this white heifer up to first. I just think maybe more my type. I'd still like to change her up front. She at times gets a little lower headed and necked. You could bring that neck a little higher out of that shoulder, but she's so flat, so angular up front. She's not as powerful. You know, there's some decisions to be made. That's why I kind of looked through this pair pretty close. She's not as powerfully built, but I think she's more comfortable in her stride. I think she's more maternal in her look. That's one you could just pretty up in her front end a little more, stouten up from behind, and work a little more top shape to her. The heifer that's in second, she is the powerful heifer of the class. So without a doubt, she's the big-footed, big-boned heifer. She's not as high quality down in that foot, just a little more rigid in her posturing at times when you ask her to go. You love the depth of body. You love the depth of muscle. She's not as fresh, not as feminine as that. Well, she's prettier headed, prettier necked than the heifer. But I think because of the freshness standpoint, maybe gives up some of the femininity and structure to the white heifer that leads off ahead of her. The heifer to conclude the class, the white-legged female, is another powerfully built heifer. Love the muscle, love the shape through her center quarter, big-topped. With that, she comes with a little crest to her neck, planer out through her rump, and because of that rump structure, pins drop a little bit. Hind leg wants to get up underneath her ever so slightly. Just like to tweak her a little bit structurally today to be able to get up there any higher in this class. But a nice trio of heifers.
Results in your Shorthorn show from Class 116. First place goes to entry 3496, TCP Etta, exhibited by Caden Holen of Pierce, Nebraska. Second place, entry 652, Care Sherry Brandy, 2203, exhibited by Jennifer Ruby of Howells, Nebraska. Third place goes to entry 3493, CCF Lucy's Okie Girl, C05K, exhibited by Aubrey Jensen of Pierce, Nebraska.
Well, nice cow-calf pair to wrap up your female divisions over here in the Shorthorn ring. A nice 3-year-old cow. You know, your goals in beef production to make that next generation better, and I think this cow has certainly done that. Nice April bull calf that I think is an exceptional calf. The cow is a nice female, good enough udder underneath her. Is she the neat, balanced kind for me? Ideally, I could bring the neck out of her shoulder a little bit more precisely. maybe make her top line and rump structure just a little nicer balance today as well. Moves out with some flexibility. But like I said, I'm more impressed with the bull calf that she's produced. They bred her right. That's a bull calf with shape and power, enough flexibility. He's got a nice future ahead of him.
Results from your Shorthorn show in the South Arena from Class 120. First place in your 2-year-old cow-calf pair class goes to entry 3505, CCF Max's Red Roxy C34H, exhibited by Tact Cattle Co. of Pierce, Nebraska. That will also be your champion cow-calf pair. Now we will be selecting our grand champion Shorthorn female and our reserve grand champion Shorthorn female in the South Arena. Catching up on placings from the North Arena. Results from Class 406, Summer Yearling Heifers. First place goes to entry 1316, Felt Miss Kiera, exhibited by Barrett Butler of Bancroft. Second place goes to entry 2230, Gateway Duchess, exhibited by Madison Borg of Concord, Nebraska. And entry 3498 is third place with Gateway Para, exhibited by Caden Holan of Pierce, Nebraska. In the ring now, in your north ring, is Class 408. They are spring yearling heifers born March 1st, April 30th of 2022.
Hey, good morning, everybody. Here over on the Shorthorn side, we're just getting to pick champions. Sorry, I got here a little late, but I thought I better check the cows and make sure everybody had water. Coming in now is a champion female. Class, looks like first class we got, I'm going to say, is McKenna Rana. Dean Steck's coming up with the second. Third class is going to be Crawford family Shorthorns. I believe with a pair. Catch some numbers here.
Results from Class 408 in your AOB show, other registered breed show. First place goes to entry 4211. That is J6 Caitlin, 685K, ET, exhibited by Ben Spencer of Gibbon, Nebraska. Second place goes to entry 1035. That's NAH Gale SJ, 518K, exhibited by Nick Hansen of Laurel, Nebraska. And third place goes to entry 1303, NRN Jewel Shadow, 275K, exhibited by Claire Crissell of Chambers, Nebraska. Coming in now on your north side of the ring, we'll be selecting our champion senior female and reserve champion senior female.
Okay, we can get the third division would be Caitlin Bruns, with Whiskey Lullaby, would be a senior heifer calf. Fourth division is entry 2693, who I'm going to...
Let's start by giving them another round of applause, y'all. Been kind to them this morning and keep it up. good cattle. Up front, that calf, as I talked earlier, just hind leg kind of questions you at times when she goes, and I'm not convinced even more now that a lot of it's connected to her brain, the way she's acting. That is such a beautiful profiling calf, and she's just being cantankerous out here today. And I think part of that hock and flexibility is just due to her acting that way. Come down a couple of spots, dark red heifer, white-bellied, just really powerful. Love that bone, love the foot, love the substance that she's got from the ground up and rear forward. That's the kind you really like. You like to freshen her up. She's got some condition on her today that I'd like to get rid of. Like to flatten that shoulder and lay her in neater today up in that front 1/3. That's one that's really, really powerful. Then I think the next contender's the roan heifer in front of me, just very well fitted, well presented. She commands your attention pretty quick from that aspect alone, but that's a high quality heifer. Good foot, good bone work, good flexibility and flatness to her joints, and still got the power and shape that you really need in one. Let's go ahead and leave her out. She'll be your champion, and I'll look for a reserve for you. Congratulations.
Results from your Shorthorn show. Your grand champion Shorthorn female goes to entry 2691, DJ Rose, HI 225, exhibited by Cole Bruce of Walbach, Nebraska. Your reserve grand champion Shorthorn female goes to entry 2693, that's BRUS Miss Rippin Time 1L, exhibited by Cole Bruce of Walbach, Nebraska. Congratulations to you exhibitors, and we will be bringing in our bull classes here. Coming in the ring now will be Class 126 in your Shorthorn show early spring bull calves born March 1st to March 30th of 2023. Results in your north side of the arena for your other registered breed. Results in the north side of the arena in your cow-calf pair class, Class 414. First place goes to entry 3259, SL Miss London, exhibited by Sarah Mead of Aurora, Nebraska. That will also be your champion cow-calf pair. And now we will be selecting our grand champion other registered breed composite female.
Our March-April bull calf classes, we go into our bull division for your Shorthorn show. Two nice calves, I think. Distinct advantage with our calf up front. I'm going to leave them as they stand. Just more performance and weight per day of age, but he's just got a neat look to him as well. His head, his neck, his shoulder, goodness the top, thickness from behind. If I'm going to change him today, I understand he's just a baby, but I'd still probably like to see a little more foundation of foot for him to stand down on, and maybe that comes with a little bit more growth and maturity, but he still gets a little bit smaller footed. The calf behind him, certainly a greener bull calf. He's got a nice calf look about his head and neck, his strong top, he's level rumped. Just kind of gives up that, the shape and dimension and power from the ground up and rear forward, obviously, that you see in the calf in front of him. Nice pair of bulls.
Results in your Shorthorn show from Class 126, early spring bull calves. First place goes to entry 3501, TCC Dreammaker, exhibited by Tact Cattle Company of Pierce, Nebraska. Second place goes to entry 4195, RNR, 2 times the reward, exhibited by McKenna Renner of North Platte, Nebraska. Coming in the ring now will be Class 128. These are junior bull calves born January 1st to February 28th of 2023.
On your Shorthorn side, two nice January, February bulls. I'm going to opt to leave them as they stand. The white bull up front, really high performance. You see the growth and the future that he has to him in terms of his size and scale, and yet he keeps it together. His structure, his shoulder, his hip and hind leg work together very well and allow that freedom and flexibility where that back foot comes up and sets down where his front leaves off. Nice, moderate red bull behind him. The January calf is really strong in his top. Maybe comes out a little lower in that neck-shoulder junction. Bull that's not as powerfully built from the ground up and certainly from the rear forward, but one you like his pattern. I like to maybe tuck that sheath up a little tighter in his underline just from a cosmetic perspective, but nonetheless, nice bull calf there to follow up in second.
Results on the north side of your arena, your grand champion, other registered breeds, composites, goes to entry 4211, J6 Caitlin 685 KET, exhibited by Ben Spencer of Gibbon, Nebraska. Your reserve grand champion in that division goes to entry 1316, Felt Miss Kiera, exhibited by Barrett Butler of Bancroft, Nebraska. In that arena, we will be bringing in our bull calves from your other registered breeds. And results.
One, two. Yeah.
Real quick, a nice bull calf division here as we bring our two back out. Really nice pair. They're different. Kind of depends on where your preferences lie. I know the seconds that we had to them, I'm not going to bring them back in. I think these are the two that go together the best, and I'm going to leave them as they stand. I like the moderation. I like the profile of this red bull calf up front. Well presented, nice structurally sound bull calf as well. Really good structured, really long striding bull with some size and growth advantage out here, and if you need that within your cow herd, that's going to be one to really appreciate in the upcoming days because of his performance, because of his structure. Nice pair of bulls. Congratulations, young ladies.
Results in your Shorthorn Bull Show from Class 128. First place goes to GCF Landmark 311L, exhibited by Crawford Family Shorthorns of Roca, Nebraska. Second place in that class goes to entry 1364. That is GCF Lincoln 302L, exhibited by Crawford Family Shorthorns of Roca, Nebraska. Now we'll be selecting our junior bull calf champion in that division.
A young lady brings us another very practical, useful kind of bull calf here in your fall division. Really strong in his top. I like that squareness over his loin edge. I like the shape from behind. He's not jam-packed full of muscle, but he's a nice long-muscled bull and carries that muscle deep into his quarter as well. Very functional, really long striding calf as well. Maybe not the fanciest headed or necked bull that you'll see, but one that I think certainly got a bright future.
Results in the north side of the arena from Class 416. First place goes to entry 1628, PLK AJP Garth, 04LET, exhibited by AJ Poskapel of Chambers, Nebraska. Second place to entry 1620, PLK BP Outlier, 052 ET, exhibited by Bo Poskapel of Chambers, Nebraska. And third place, entry 1629, PLK AJP Garth 429 ET, exhibited by AJ Poskapel of Chambers, Nebraska. That will also be your champion bull calf and reserve champion from that class. And we will be moving on to our older bull classes. This will be class 428, 2-year-old bulls born January 1st to December 31st of 2021.
Real quick, I'll talk our October. He was a single entry, and then this will be a division. October bull, when he walked in, I probably like him better on the move. He's not wanting to really set up the best in the world, but he's a bull that you like his function, you like his form, good-footed, big-boned, nice, adequate muscle to him. Deeper bodied than that bull that we had right before him in that November class. Maybe not the strength the top of that bull, but one you appreciate that volume and center dimension. A little prettier front to him. His head and neck design, I think, is one that's going to offer maybe a little bit more femininity to daughters down the road. But I think a nice pair of bulls that you can justify using either which way. I'm going to use the bull directly in front of me for your division champion and follow with the November for reserve. Congratulations to those folks.
Results in your division, senior bull calf division, in your Shorthorn show. Champion goes to entry 1365, GCF Gambler 233K, exhibited by Crawford Family Shorthorns of Roca, Nebraska. And your reserve champion in that division goes to entry 1366, GCF High Roller 235K, exhibited by Crawford Family Shorthorns of Roca, Nebraska. Coming in now in your Shorthorn show will be Class 136. These are late spring yearling bulls born May 1st to June 30th of 2022. Results in your show on the north side of the arena from Class 428. Your first place in the 2-year-old bull class goes to entry 3510, MRWC Red Eye 892J, exhibited by Illingworth Farms of Funk, Nebraska. Now we will be selecting our grand champion and reserve grand champion ORB composite bull in the north side of the arena.
Our judge for the Shorthorn show is Mr. Kyle Galuli from Indiana. His in front of him now is the May of 22 bull calves. Dean Steck with DJS Tradition and Jennifer Ruby showing CAIR Iceman, both born in May of 22. The last division, and in fact, I believe both the last division of Winter Bull calves shown by Crawford family, Shorthorns, and right before that we've had some single entry classes. The last, then the first division of bulls was shown by TAC KD Cattle Company, TAC Cattle Company with TCC Dreammaker, and reserve was also a Crawford bull.
Your grand champion ORB composite bull goes to entry 3510, MRWC Red Eye 892J, exhibited by Illingworth Farms of Funk, Nebraska. Your reserve grand champion goes to entry 1628, PLK AJP Garth 054LET, exhibited by AJ Poskapel of Chambers, Nebraska.
In our May division here, a nice pair of bulls. Let them catch that calf over there. Both really attractive patterns. As you get up in their front 1/3, both bulls give you a nice look about their head and neck. Bulls that can offer some look to some show cattle and still offer some herd bull usefulness. I think as you ask them to go, that's where they separate for me today, and their dark red roan bull up front's going to have the advantage in terms of his flex and ease. A little more angular and got more cushion to that ankle when he steps out. Maybe, I don't know if it's just the hair, a little bit coarser in his hock joint today. Some of that's hair, but some of that is that actual joint structure, but he just handles it with more flex ability. You come out of the backside of his shoulder, I think he's a little fuller there through his heart and down his top. The light roan bull in second, again, a very attractive fronted bull, angle to his shoulder, strength to top, not as open in his forerib, not as sound off of that hip and hind leg, wants to get tighter hinged up in that hip, and then that hind leg is a reflection of that, I believe. But two nice bulls there. Appreciate both of them in their front 1/3.
Results from Class 136 in your Shorthorn show. First place goes to entry 2750. That is DJS Tradition RL 241, exhibited by Dean Steck of Laurel, Nebraska. Second place to entry 651, CAIR Iceman 2213, exhibited by Jennifer Ruby of Howells, Nebraska. That will also be your champion and intermediate bull in that division. Coming in the ring now, we will have Class 138 early spring yearling bulls born March 1st to April 30th of 2022. In your North Arena, we're on our group classes in your other registered breeds.
Just got two out here.
First place in your produce dam on the north side of the arena goes to AJ Poskapel of Chambers, Nebraska. Coming in next, we'll have our breeders herd of 4, Class 834.
Nice April single entry, just a really bold sprung, high volume, thick-ended. You really appreciate the muscle that he's got to him, and it starts down in that lower quarter as you work your way up and over that top line. He continues that all the way down that top. He's fighting our halter a little bit out here today. I think that's a bull that's plenty sound and functional. Probably take that halter off of him and turn him out on grass. That bull gets even sounder than he is today, but a nice single class entry.
Results from Class 138 in your Shorthorn show. Early spring yearling bulls. First place goes to entry 2751. That is DJS Upload R220, exhibited by Dean Steck of Laurel, Nebraska. That will also be your junior champion bull for that division. Now coming in, we have Class 144 two-year-old bulls born January 1st to June 30th of 2021.
As we round out the AOB show, we just got a group of breeders with various sections of one breeder. Little differences in terms of the types and kind out here. There's no doubt about it. All four of them high quality cattle. Let's give them a round of applause as we round out the AOB show.
Results from Class 834, breeder's herd of 4 animals. First place goes to AJ Poshkable of Chambers, Nebraska.
Finish up our bull division here with a nice 2-year-old bull that's really nice and fresh and good in his composition. He's got shape, and yet he's right on target with one that you can turn out on cows and I think maintain condition just from my perspective of the way he's built and from the ground up and rear forward, a bull with some substance, a bull with some look and doability. I'd like to maybe change the toe structure on him ever so slightly. He's appropriate and adequate in terms of his testicular design, the way that he's just put together in a lot of different elements. Nice 2-year-old bull in your Shorthorn show.
The north side of our arena will be starting our Nebraska State Fair Open Class Simmental show. Judge is Corey Thompson.
Okay, over Judge Kyle Gluey's picking our champion Shorthorn bull. Got a really solid set of bulls. First coming in here, the first couple bulls, I believe, coming from Crawford. We got one from Colbruns. Greg Crawford family is our senior calf, our winter yearling, and our.
Let's put our hands together again for our bull division winners. Nice class of cattle. I think fairly straightforward bull show. A lot of them, of course, single entries, but you bring them back out. Obviously, some differences. I don't know that two have to go together, but just you come out and you pick these bulls with some structural emphasis and power. We've still got to have some red meat in these cattle, and they've got to go out and produce a product for you folks that like to eat meat, and so we want muscle in them. We want bulls to look like bulls, have some masculinity, good in their testicular design. I think we've got a couple options out here. The easy decision for me, first off, is to go ahead and get this red roan bull directly in front of me out. Just really sound, really got a neat look up in that front end. Congratulations to that operation. We'll bring that reserve division in. Nice job.
Champion's going to be DJS Upload, exhibited by Dean Steck of Laurel, Nebraska. Coming in now will be pulling in for reserve will be Jennifer Ruby with Iceman. And Mr. Steck is going to be reserved too with his senior bull. So concluding the Shorthorn show, the Bruins family swept the females, and Dean Steck from Laurel swept the bull show. So it's a pretty stout little set, short of numbers, but as our judge said, a really nice set of bulls to start the day of the Shorthorn show. Now we'll be judging some groups. Again, remember tonight, all these cattle will come back tonight for the Supreme Champion Open Female, along with the cattle that showed yesterday. And if it's any indication from what was showed yesterday in the Junior Open show, we had just a tremendous show last night with the junior heifers, and I'm sure the open class people are just going to add more quality to it. But boy, there's some power in town. It kind of took all day to get there, but man, all of a sudden, about 6 o'clock last night, there was a whole bunch of really good ones standing in the ring. And champion female last night was the Limb Flex, just a super powerful female, come from J6 Farms, Ben Spencer. And reserve was another really good female from Gateway that Kevin Benish's daughter, I believe it was Brianne, showed.
From the south side of the ring, your Shorthorn show, your grand champion bull goes entry 2750. That is DJS Tradition RL 241, exhibited by Dean Steck of Laurel, Nebraska. And your reserve grand champion goes entry 2751.
Now coming in the ring, we're going to have our pairs and groups. I believe first thing coming in should be
in the North Arena from Class 600 in your Simmental show. First place goes entry 10. That is Felt NAH Miss Gwen 120, exhibited by Nick Hansen of Laurel, Nebraska. Second place, entry 94, that is Frenzen Lady L41, exhibited by Frenzen Cattle Company of Silver Creek, Nebraska. And third place, entry 2225, that is Georgia's Spirit BCC, exhibited by Rowan Bowman of York, Nebraska. In the ring now, we have Class 602, Heifers Born, March of 2023. Results from your Shorthorn group classes. Class 146, group of 2 females. First place goes to entry 2694, that is Cole Bruce of Walbach. Second place, entry 2847, Garrett Long of Platte Center. Third place, entry 2689, that is Caitlin Bruce of Walbach. Fourth place, entry 3503, Tact Cattle Company of Pierce, Nebraska. And fifth place to Crawford Family Shorthorns of Roca, Nebraska. In the ring now, we'll have group of 2 bulls in your Shorthorn show. In your Simmental show, results from Class 602, heifers born March 2023. First place goes to entry 1653, that is LHT Miss Tecumseh 57L, exhibited by Charnick Simmentals of Wymore, Nebraska. Second place goes to entry 2423, GWT Liza Jane L40, exhibited by Tuttle Creek Cattle Company of Dorchester, Nebraska. Third place, entry 793, FF Miss Broker, exhibited by Taylor Show Cattle of Smithfield, Nebraska. Fourth place goes to entry 3861, YR Miss Conspicuous, exhibited by Wide Bar R Simmentals of Riverton, Nebraska. Fifth place, entry 3044, MRB Broker Erica 03, exhibited by Ryan Brenner of Mapleton, Iowa. Sixth place, entry 3514, Cody's AMRX Lark 318L, exhibited by Illingworth Farms of Funk, Nebraska. Seventh place, entry 3270, that is Miss Bella 3916L HFK, exhibited by High Five Cattle Company of West Point, Nebraska. And eighth place to entry 1586, RL Lilo Jasper L77, exhibited by River Lane Simmentals of Brady, Nebraska. In the ring now in our Simmental show will be Class 604. These are heifers born in February of 2023. Results from some of your group classes in your Shorthorn show. From Class 148, group of 2 bulls, first place goes to entry 2752, Dean Steck of Laurel, Nebraska. Second place to entry 1368, Crawford Family Shorthorns of Roca, Nebraska. And third place to entry 1369, Crawford Family Shorthorns of Roca, Nebraska. First place in the Super Cow class goes to entry 2851, Garrett Long of Platte Center, Nebraska. And first place in your breeders herd goes to Crawford Family Shorthorns of Roca.
Over here, we're going to wrap up your purebred shorthorns with your steer show. Three nice calves, a nice trio of different types and kinds. I think the logical place to start is this bigger frame, longer bodied calf. Really good in his profile. He's up-headed, he's long-fronted, he's long from the point of his shoulder back. I like him the best down his top. He's so precise and balanced from the top side of his shoulder back to his tail head. You like the depth of muscle that he carries down. I think because of his build, because of his stature, because of his structural excellence, that's going to be one that continues to get really good with time and age. I think a nice pair to go in second and third. I'm going to continue on with one that's probably a little neater balanced today, right from the point of his shoulder back. I think he transitions probably a little stronger in that shoulder top junction, progressively gets wider back through his rump, handles his hind leg plenty well today. He's just got a really good calf to contend with there in first. And then young man showing Iron Horse today, or Iron Man I think it was. He's doing a great job. I appreciate his hard work. That arm's going to be tired by the time he gets back to the stall, but a nice calf. Very green. I think his better days are certainly ahead of him. He just gets a little broken in that shoulder forerib junction. Calf that's got some shape. He's got a nice hip and hind leg to him. Just a little sharper up through that front end, a little broken in that front 1/3. But a nice trio of steers there in your Shorthorn show.
In your Simmental show, placings for Class 604, heifers born in February of 2023. First place goes to entry 1258, LZF Lenny L39, exhibited by LZ Farms of Unadilla, Nebraska. Second place, entry 3618, OSIM Miss Layla 187L, exhibited by O'Brien Simmentals of Ravenna, Nebraska. Third place, entry 1259, LZF LIVVL3, exhibited by LZ Farms of Unadilla, Nebraska. And fourth place, entry 1042, Felt Na Dances with Love, 33, exhibited by Nick Hansen of Laurel, Nebraska. And now we are selecting our champion junior foundation heifer and reserve champion foundation heifer. Results from your Shorthorn Steer Show, Class 156. First place goes to entry 1372. That is GCF Lucky 305L, exhibited by Crawford Family Shorthorns of Roca, Nebraska. Second place, entry 3504, Max's Red Rider, exhibited by Tact Cattle Company of Pierce, Nebraska. And third place, entry 654, Ruby's Iron Man, exhibited by Jennifer Ruby of Howells, Nebraska. Momentarily, we'll be starting our Shorthorn Plus show on the south side of the arena with Class 202 early spring heifer calves born March 1st to April 30th of 2023. Your calf champion in your Simmental show goes to entry 1653. That is LHT Miss Tecumseh 57L, exhibited by Charnick Simmentals of Wymore, Nebraska. Reserve champion in that division goes to entry 1258, LZF Lenny L39, exhibited by LZ Farms of Unadilla, Nebraska. Congratulations to you, exhibitors. Now we will bring in Class 606. These are heifer calves born January of 2023. Starting in our Shorthorn ring on the south side of the arena, we have Class 202 early spring heifer calves born March 1st to April 30th of 2023.
As we move into our Shorthorn Plus division, nice pair of calves. Red roan heifer up front, I think one that just offers a little bit neater balance and symmetry as you work your way down her top and in through that hip, and certainly her hind leg is a better design, more functional hock joint to her. She gets a little bit tighter in her knee when you ask her to go, just like to flex that knee a little bit more instead of just kind of flipping that front leg out, but that's a heifer that just offers a lot of balance and femininity, and like I said, better off of that back 1/3. The heifer in second is really sharp fronted, up-headed, long fronted, another strong topped heifer. I'd change her in that back 1/3 like I talked. First off, I'd drop that tail head more level and ideal in that rump structure today, but she gets awfully upright. From her stifle down to the ground, you can almost draw a straight line up from that stifle sits too far back, and then from that hock into her pasturing joint, and when you watch her go, she just gets tighter and more restricted. But a nice pair of heifers to start your show here this morning.
Results in your Shorthorn Plus show, Class 202. First place goes to entry 960. That is Cook Tiara's Something Special, exhibited by Sam Cook of Crawford, Nebraska. And second place, entry 2223. That is Miss Velvet BCC L314, exhibited by E. Marie Bowman of York, Nebraska. Coming in the ring now is Class 204. These are junior heifer calves born January 1st to February 28th of 2023. Results from Class 606 in your Simmental show. We've got first place going to 1267. That is SB/KTS Liberty 301L, exhibited by Tristan or Caden Cisco of Oto, Nebraska. And second place, entry 1846. That is Wirtz Miss Miley L302, exhibited by Jeremy Wirtz of Central City, Nebraska. Coming in the ring now, we have Class 608. These are heifers born November to December of 2022.
A nice trio of heifers. The black, white spotted heifer, I think, is the logical way to start. And then I think your decisions in second and third. This heifer that leads off, she's the nicest balanced. She's the most accurate in her stride. I think just the most comfortable, and she never changes. When you stop and set her up, and when you put her out on the move, she's a heifer that keeps her composure, her strength atop, her levelness back through her rump, and just a quality female in terms of her joint structure today. You can go a couple of different ways here. I'm going to use the red roan heifer here, a bigger bodied female. I think the way she's acting is allowing her to look the part a little bit better today. She's a heifer that gets tighter right through that center spine. I just relax her a little bit more, and I think if you did that, then I don't think it'd be much of a decision for me today. A heifer that's pretty nice out through her hip and her hind leg. She's got a nice brood cow look about her at this point in the stage. The black roan heifer behind her, a heifer that's probably down the road, might come on and beat that heifer. She is more relaxed in her spine, maybe to the point of opposite, because then you kind of come up into that rump that's just not accurate, right in through that tail head, kind of gets pinched in that pin set, just awkward in her top line as of today. And part of the reason is she's acting like a little cantankerous witch today, and that's one that you just act better and allow her to move out better today. Then she's got a better chance of probably falling into second place. But I think that's one that certainly got some good days ahead of her based on her femininity and structural excellence. Nice trio.
Results from your Shorthorn show. Do you want to go ahead and do this?
Real quick, here in your Shorthorn calf division, two nice heifers. I'm going to leave them together. We've got two nice second places, but these are the two that need to stick together. The red heifer up front, like I said, just give her a little more flex to her knee, and I think she's really on target for a bright, bright future. The black heifer behind her, so sound, so accurate in her movement today, really well put together. She'll be your champion, and we'll follow with the young calf up front for reserve. Nice pair of heifers.
In your division placings in the Shorthorn show, your junior heifer calf champion goes to entry 2846. That's LC Raven 20L, exhibited by Garrett Long of Platte Center, Nebraska. And your reserve champion junior heifer goes to entry 960, Cook Tierra's Something Special, exhibited by Sam Cook of Crawford, Nebraska. Catching up some placings in your Simmental show from Class 608. First place goes to entry 1269. That is KTS/BZ Kelly Joe 233K, exhibited by Tristan or Caden Cisco of Oto, Nebraska. In the ring now, we have Class 610. These are heifers born September to October of 2022. In your Shorthorn show, this is Class 214, early spring yearling females born March 1st, April 30th of 2022.
Nice heifer in single entry class over here in your Shorthorn Plus show. Just a nice cowy female, really attractive. Just got a good cow look up in her head and neck and shoulder design. I like that angle to her shoulder. I'd freshen her up today back in that rump, her tail head, pin bone region. If she was just a little fresher today and more compositionally correct and maybe lay that tail head more level in her hip, that's a heifer that you'd really like from the profile. But deep body, deep quartered type of heifer, good hind leg underneath her. We'll walk these one time as we bring your calf champion in and get you a champion Shorthorn Plus heifer. Let's go ahead and take him out on a walk. Well, you've had a really nice Shorthorn show today as we started with the purebreds and end up with our Plus show. Three nice heifers that we bring back out, cattle that are useful, cattle that are functional. They look like females, they walk like females. I think ones that you take on down the show road and continue to do well with, and then I think still have some really good days as future cow prospects. The older heifer up front's a nice female, not as nice balanced as the two calves behind her as you get down into that brisket and chest floor, and as I described her in class, back through that back 1/3 over that tail head, freshen her up today, but that's a nice cow with a good future. The calves, they kind of go together and fit together in terms of their balance and eye appeal. I think they've got a wonderful future ahead of them. I'm going to leave them together for champion and reserve. We'll start with the black white spotted heifer and follow with the red spotted heifer for reserve behind her. Give our Shorthorn Plus exhibitors a nice round of applause.
And your champion Shorthorn Plus coming out of the calf division will be shown by Garrett Long, LC Raven 220L, and reserve will be the other calf. Kept together rightfully so, and a nice pair of heifer calves there. The reserve was exhibited by Sam Cook of Crawford.
Well, we bring one Shorthorn Plus steer out for you to evaluate, and a nice April calf. A wonderful future ahead of him. I think a sound, structured, flexible moving type individual. He's just a baby. And so to come out here at this age and really give you a strong future, I think he's got that. He's got some better days ahead of him. Maybe like to build him up a little stronger in that shoulder top junction. But a calf that's very attractive, long fronted. He'll be one to grow out for that young man. Congratulations.
We've got a lot to catch up here in your Shorthorn show. Your grand champion Shorthorn Plus female goes to entry 2846. That is LC Raven 2020L, exhibited by Garrett Long of Platte Center, Nebraska. And your reserve grand champion Shorthorn Plus goes to entry 960, exhibited by Sam Cook of Crawford, Nebraska. Also in your Shorthorn Plus show, first place from Class 256 in your Shorthorn Plus steers. First place goes to entry 961. That is Cook Party Girls TT 311L, exhibited by Sam Cook. Catching up on placings in your Simmental show from Class 610. First place goes to entry 3099. E-Bar F Victoria 29K, exhibited by Kinsley Brimmer of Fullerton, Nebraska. Second place, entry 1730. That is NPC Pixie K228, exhibited by NP Cattle Company of Fremont, Nebraska. And third place goes to entry 1729, NPC Comet K225, exhibited by NP Cattle Company of Fremont, Nebraska. Now we were selecting our champion senior foundation heifer calf in the north ring. Results in your champion senior foundation heifer calf. Your champion goes to entry 1269. That is KTS/BZ Kelly Joe 233K, exhibited by Tristan and Caden Cisco of Oto, Nebraska. And your reserve champion senior foundation heifer calf goes to entry 3099. That's E-Bar F Victoria 29K, exhibited by Kinsley Brimmer of Fullerton, Nebraska. Coming in the arena now, we will have Class 618. These are heifers born in May of 2022. In our South Arena, we will be showing our Hereford show next. If we could get our first class of Herefords to the show ring. Our Nebraska State Fair Open Class Beef Hereford Show. Our judge is Kyle Galuli. Our superintendent is Tony Long. Secretary is Kelsey Losky. And our breed reps are Rudy Pooch, Trevor Tolley, Raylyn Peterson, Roger Morgan, and Grady McMahon. Looks like we also have some royalty on hand with us today, our queen and our princess. Today, working the ring for the Nebraska Hereford royalty, we have Miss Jaden Thompson of Ord, Nebraska. She is a Hereford sweetheart. Jaden shows cattle, goats, and sheep. And the reigning Nebraska Hereford queen is Gracie Pickney. Gracie has been the Hereford Queen for 2 years now. She's a graduate of SCC and works at Cornerstone Bank as a personal banker. Gracie invites you all to the Husker Harvest Days to come see the Hereford exhibits and on the 13th, and she will be there for a meet and greet. If you want to take your picture with her, I'm sure they'd do that, or maybe get an autograph. That'd be good. Thank you, Gracie. Doing a good job representing the Hereford breed. Results from your Simmental show ring. First place in Class 618 goes to entry 3107. That is ACMD Neytiri 212K, exhibited by Gateway Genetics of Pierce, Nebraska. And second place goes to entry 3267. That is BJF Lucy 717K, exhibited by High Five Cattle Company of West Point, Nebraska. In the ring now, we will have Class 620. These are heifers born April of 2022. We'd like to pay special attention and special thanks to a couple young ladies who are volunteering and helping out and showing some leadership in our Simmental show. We've got Paisley and Isabella Detweiler, and they are handing out ribbons in the Simmental Open Show. Thank you, ladies, for your help and support today at the show. On the south side of our arena, we have in the ring now Class 302. These are spring heifer calves born March 1st to June 30th of 2023.
Well, hi. We're starting the Hereford show here over here in the South Ring. This is Tim Burke, joined had my good buddy here, Ryan Dunclow, show up here. He judged the show last night, the Open Class. What is it? Open Junior? How did they say that?
Yeah, Open Junior.
I don't know. You're just telling me. I mean, that was quite the little.
It was a nice testament to this state in terms of just quality of livestock. I thought. Very, very, very impressed with and as deep as it was. Honestly, the top end was very elite, but the depth of the show was outstanding. I thought.
Man, I don't know what we were trying to talk last night. We were over on the feeder calf side, and Val and I were trying to remember, like that, the one that you won, that Lemmy. Was she at Junior National? Did you talk to them people in here?
I talked to them at the backdrop. I think she won her division, got left out, is what they said. Yeah.
That's something about that. That's testimony just to that breed.
Oh, it's grown so much.
Oh, man.
And it honestly, all these cattle have changed in terms of, there's breed characteristics, but they've made them so much more elite in terms of their build and stuff. Even breeds that aren't known for certain things, they've changed a bunch in these cattle in the last 10 years.
Absolutely. Well, testimony, look what's right in front of us. We're starting the Hereford show right now, and I mean, that's a pretty shiny group of 3 Hereford calves to come out of. These are just March, starting with March heifer calves. Use a heifer of, I don't know who would Raylan be showing for?
Probably themselves, I think. They got a stall back there. They were stalled next to us, and I'm sure that's one of theirs. But I could be wrong.
Yeah, I don't know. That'd be we're in Class 302.
Oh, Kupke.
So that must be Kupke's heifer, I bet, wouldn't it be?
Yep.
Yeah, so I mean, it looks like he's going to start with Kupke and then go with. That'd be the Nelsons from Burwell with the second place, and then Bowman's from York in third.
Yep. Neat deal. They split the horns and poles this year, which they hadn't done in the past. So a couple different divisions that way.
Yeah, and that's a lot better. Whoop, this isn't a judge.
Exhibitors and spectators, really nice trio of heifers to start out with. Just a really high performance, big bodied heifer here up front. A March heifer that really offers a lot of body and balance. She's a nice cow prospect. I think she's a great show heifer, but that's one because of her structure and look and profile. It's going to be a wonderful cow as she continues to develop. Really good out through her hip. That hind leg sits just right underneath her and certainly allows her to get out and hit that stride, the best of the 3. I think you can do a couple of different things in second and third. A young lady with a heifer in third, if she was just acting better today, I think she'd certainly give you a better look. The heifer in second is just more relaxed, and I think she just pulls herself together better. Is she as stout? Is she as big boned as the heifers on either side of her? No, but that's a heifer that's just today is better down her top. She's not as expressive and not as powerful out through her rump today, but I think just, again, because of the way she's acting, her structure, her balance, her eye appeal allows her to be in second. This is going to be one that you'll like the better days ahead of her and the better she starts to adjust to a show halter and a show ring. Today, she's just fighting it, and it causes her to get jammed up. She wants to get a little weaker right in that shoulder forerib junction. She wants to come up in her tail head. She wants to get a little quick in her step. And so, again, with age and time and development, hopefully she'll calm down, relax, and that structure will form underneath her and allow her to fill out a little neater on down the road. Nice trio of heifers.
Yeah, Ryan, you know a lot more about the pole and the horn and all that. I mean, I know that some have horns and some don't, but I didn't realize they weren't splitting them till this year.
Yeah, that never have in the past, and in a lot of places they don't. You get to basically Denver, Oklahoma City, and Junior Nationals is where they split them for the predominance. But there's a big horned Hereford following in this state. Really, I mean, a lot of breeders in this state.
is there enough? Is there enough type and quality difference? I mean, you see a lot of them that, I don't study the pedigree enough of them to know the difference of them. Is there a lot of difference in type? There's good ones in both of them. I'm not saying that.
Yeah, it used to be, in the last bit, it's always been probably a little harder to make an elite horned one, in my opinion. But I thought, we obviously go to a bunch of these shows. I thought, especially at Junior Nationals, I thought the horned division was very, very good. Not to take away from the polls. We actually had a really good day in the polls, and I was happy to have that. But the horned, I thought, just on them division winners especially, was a very, very strong lineup.
Well, that's the same thing we've just been talking about. It's just amazing what we've got done the last, like you said, 10 years, and it's cross all breeds. It's not any one, but I know as far as especially this breed, and you go to those shows every summer. I don't know if there's a better Junior Nationals in the world. I don't know. I'm a pretty big Maine guy, and I'm pretty fond of them too. And you go to them both, but boy, I tell you what, that Amy and what she does at that Hereford deal is pretty well unreal.
That's a junior program unlike no other, and obviously we are big key in Maine people and raise our kids, and we do both. We go to both, but she, for the size of that breed and the number of cattle, the way they take care of those kids and the scholarship programs and everything they do for them is very, very impressive.
Well, and we're lucky enough that it rubs off a little. Lindsay and Amy are such good friends. That helps quite a bit. Gosh dang.
In the summertime they team up. Amy will come help with the geese and mains, and Lindsay will go help with the herfs, and then between a bunch of them. So they all get together in Kansas City. They're all at the same spot, so they do a really good job of helping each other and making sure things go good for these kids.
Well, I know they've been smart enough to follow along because, boy, Amy's kind of been the leader in my mind, but Lindsay Broek sure done her part. And they said, and I don't know the number exactly, so I don't want to quote it, but there was something at Maine. One of the board members told me there was over 300 new exhibitors. They had all kinds of entries, but something like over 300 new exhibitors at that thing.
Big.
Unreal.
Big growth in terms of, obviously we're not watching the mains of the keys right now, but that was, and this facility helps facilitate that a little bit when you keep it Midwestern. But those breeds are growing exponentially in my opinion. And but when it comes down to it, between the mains and keys, their junior program is probably, that's what drives the bus there. So,
but. That's dang right, but that's what starts. You got to start with that foundation, and if you don't have the kids to do it, you're not going to have the. I think that's what and I'm not in any way bashing the fair. I don't have any answers of how I would ever do it different, but that's where we hurt. You see a lot of these shows this week that are short on numbers. Well, we don't have the kids. The kids got to be in school right now, and it is tough. It's tough to take them out. You got a whole pack of them going. It is. What do? You don't have a help. I know we had to kind of quit. We showed a lot of open class mains and semis and stuff, and when we had so much trouble getting kids to come help, that you just couldn't find the help to do it, to take a string of cattle, go down the road, because it takes so much work, and the kids and the talent and what they do, that's what gets everybody to these shows.
Well, and that's probably a testament to why the quality of these cattle have gotten so much better, because people don't drag strings like they used to.
Absolutely
they take.
You just can't. We'll let him talk here.
In the shape and the construction of her from the ground up and rear forward looks like a show heifer, but to me already looks like a cow. The heifers that you got to make the decision on is for reserve, and the March heifer up front certainly a little further behind than our champion, but I'm okay with that. I think that heifer is going to be very, very good on down the road. She continues to grow and develop. She's sound. At times when she's out on the move, she'll have a little extra set to her leg compared to our champion, but that's a heifer that you stop and get her set up on the profile. She puts herself together very, very well. You come up in frame, you've got a lot of extension to this heifer that's behind her from the February class, nice single class entry. Just maybe for me gets a little harder today, right through her fore rib and back through her flank. At times that hind leg doesn't come up. I think between her hip, her flank, where her stifle's set, that hip and hind leg just isn't maybe quite as precise as the heifer up in front of her. So I'm going to keep your two marches together, but a nice trio of heifers. So let's give our Hereford exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Results in your division in your Hereford show. Champion goes to entry 781 R.K. Reagan 4L, exhibited by Rhonda Kupke of Kearney, Nebraska. And reserve champion goes to entry 318 N.H. Lucy 20L E.T., exhibited by Nelson Herefords of Burwell, Nebraska. Coming in the ring now, we will have Class 312 early summer yearling heifers born May 1st to May 31st of 2022.
Yeah, where I was going with that too is, this weekend, there was 377 junior exhibitors just in showmanship on Saturday, and I mean, if you were to tune in right now and you watch the show, and even, the Simmentals have got a good show going across the ring. That, Simmentals just absolutely, this state just, I don't think those guys will ever quit showing them things. I mean,
it's their Super Bowl out here.
It is, my God, exactly, it is. But if we had even half of those junior exhibitors that showed in any one of these, in any one of those breeds, I mean, it'd blow you away. And it's kind of a shame that they don't get to. And like I said, I don't have any answers. It just is what it is, and time is everything. But boy, I mean, I tell you what, we do have a lot to be proud of with the youth and with how stuff goes in Nebraska. I mean, it blows me away, like that open junior show last night that you judged. I mean, I'll tell you what. I mean, you could about walked out there in that drive and went blind, and you could start it on either end. And obviously, I mean, you found one that probably took a gun to a knife fight. I mean, she's awfully good. Sure. But that didn't take anything away from the other one. She wasn't there. You still had 5.
Oh, and that in this state, all winter long, they pick a top 7. I was standing at the backdrop, and obviously, I mean, a top 7's what it is, and I've always thought it was a little bit overkill, but of all the times we should have had one, I thought the lineup last night was.
You could have had a 7.
Oh man,
yep, easily.
There were still, you could have had 10. Honestly, I mean, there was the quality in those breeds from top to bottom. And then when you got your divisions back out there, for their respected breeds were elite cattle. They were very, very good.
That's what somebody used to say. And for Nebraska being a net exporter of show stock, I mean, a lot of them go. I mean,
it's growing though. I mean, I'm telling you what,
unreal.
It's fixing to get pretty salty in this state for a long time.
Yep, I agree with you there. I mean, there's a lot of people, a lot of families, a lot of programs just really pushing hard, and that's great to see. It's great to see some. So we kind of went through a down stage, and
well, I mean, it's just what it
cycles.
Is. Yeah, I mean, the people that are in it, they got to phase out for a second and start their families and come back, and it's going to come back strong. And I even commented last night on the mic. I mean, I go to a lot of state fairs and see a lot of lineups, and that one last night I would rival a lot of them that I've seen this year in terms of just quality, especially, I'm not talking top end, the 1 or 2, but I mean all the way through that 5 was exceptional.
Oh, that's good to hear. I mean, that's what you want to hear. And I know Chad Holkamp said that too. I mean, he's at the Iowa State Fair, and he's at a lot of them, and he watches a lot of that. And we had a pair of steers, and sometimes it's harder to see, the 4-H side, they didn't. And I don't even know that champion if a guy would have needed to fit him. I mean, he come in, that one had some power, and I didn't get a number of steers. It's so different. I mean, it's I mean, I still said for a long time Iowa might be the toughest steer show you'll ever go try to win. And anybody don't think so, go try it a couple times. Sure. I mean, I'm not saying anything against the top steer that comes out of Ohio, Illinois, anywhere. But for the first time in a long time, I thought we had a pair in Nebraska at that deal. It was just, I mean.
Beautiful rib shape to her, adequate in terms of depth, and I love the depth of muscle that she's got to her. Most importantly, I like the foot underneath her. She's just a high-quality female at the ground and good jointed, a heifer that moves plenty well. If I'm going to make her better, which I always try to make one a little bit better today, I'm probably going to give her a bit more neck extension and bring her out. I don't know that I necessarily bring her any higher out of her shoulder. I just think she just needs to be a little bit tidier in that throat and bring her out certainly longer from the point of her shoulder forward. But nice effort, this single class entry.
Results from your Hereford show, Class 312 early summer yearling heifers. First place goes to entry 277, KELR Why Not 214, exhibited by Lena Kaminsky of Loop City, Nebraska. In your Simmental show, results from Class 622. First place goes to entry 4246. That is BS Bonnie 103K, exhibited by Bailey Grant of Weston, Nebraska. Second place, entry 1899, GAC Miss Aurora, exhibited by Christo Cattle of Albion. Third place, entry 621, RESN Miss Percy Jack, exhibited by Journey Reeson of Hoskins, Nebraska. Fourth place, entry 612, that's SSM Layla Lou, K21, exhibited by Eva Brown of Pleasanton, Nebraska. Fifth place, entry 2882, Bar S Tequila Sunrise, K205, exhibited by Bar S Cattle Company of Pierce, Nebraska. And sixth place to entry 2415, that's GWT Genesis, K40, exhibited by Carson Boardman of Ulysses, Nebraska.
Tim, you won a class over there.
Yeah, I say that. Yeah, you didn't like her as well, but
I didn't. I'll be the first to admit.
I'm just teaching. I'm just kidding you. Everybody sees them a little different. I don't know. Maybe she had a better day today. I don't know.
Yeah, honestly, presentation and build's real good. I just couldn't get a good read on her structure last night. Just wanted to be a little fighter and shorten up just a little bit and tighten up. But
I think we had yeah. The lines did
second day through the ring, maybe she's figuring it all out here at the fair.
Yep. Yeah, they haven't been showing her all that much, which is fine.
Mm-hmm.
You know, with us, I mean, I was kind of watching those calf classes. It looks like there's going to be some look like this next. I mean, there was a couple dang good ones the Cisco boys had out there that just won, and I think that heifer that was reserved in that division, ain't that the one our buddy Tinkles of Camp Frenzen? Is that the heifer that the one that they won out in Denver at the Powerball deal?
You know, I don't know that, to be completely honest with you.
It was an I say Eberspacher, but Hillbrand's Amanda, they donated that heifer or whatever, and I am almost sure it's got an E-bar F. Now, maybe I might be wrong. That's a E-bar F is probably Eric's deal. But well, there is on the other side of the ring, there's a great Simmental show going on for sure. But taking nothing away here, we got a good set of March in the ring now. And over here on the Hereford side, there's a great set of March yearlings, March and April, four-headed powerhouse Hereford heifers.
Absolutely, this is a nice line. This will be it's going to be a nice little class here. There's a couple in here I didn't see last night, so that'll be good.
Yeah, that's what makes it different, you know. I mean, and honestly, you know, I'm kidding you about the one in the class.
Oh, yeah.
It's so funny how different they line up in different days. And, I mean, I remember there was a time in Denver with a three-judge trio. One guy had one in the middle, and one guy had him dead-ass last, and one guy had him first, you know. And it's kind of funny how different people see him. And, you know, and that was even funnier because Rest of Solo Bill Couch was one of the judges, and he was the one that had him last, but he seen something in the feet that the other two didn't see, and that was quite a deal. But
yep. Nice lineup of horned Hereford females here.
Boy, for sure.
I think he's finally having to dig in and make some decisions here.
Yeah,
you know,
for sure.
The rest of them has been pretty straightforward in my mind.
Yeah, he's got to stop.
Obviously, there's one. I think there's one out there that's in terms of her body and build and stuff and power is very, 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 very unique. Yep, he found her. So.
Yeah.
Be interested to see how he reads this one. Honestly, in my opinion, I know how I read her. Kyle does just a very good job. I've been impressed with what little I've ever seen the guy judge. I haven't seen him do it a lot of times, but he reads stuff very, very well in terms of projecting him as well.
And I guess I don't know exactly. You could probably do a better intro than I can for him. And I remember when his father was even. I'm so damn old.
It was before my time. I mean, but I've always heard stories, and I was actually talking to him over here before they started the show this morning, and somebody was or Thompson was commenting that the first string he ever took to Louisville was like in '94.
Yeah.
Of Maine's, and his dad judged, and he told me that's the greatest judge that ever lived. Said it was his old man. So
Well,
that was
I
pretty
remember what I remember about him, because we were showing a lot about that same time, and what I remember about him was he was progressive.
Yep.
Was the way to put it, and I'm sure he's probably Kyle's probably the same way. But I remember he wasn't afraid. He was never afraid to stand out there and say, "Hey guys, this one's better."
No.
And we've seen that this year showing quite a bit. At the state fairs and stuff, we've seen a lot more, especially on the on the market side, but in the breeding side too. People are good is good. And doesn't have to be one breed, one type, one kind. Good is good.
Quality wins.
You bet.
And
Quality
I think
win. It needs to.
What just watching what he's done, and what I've seen today. I wasn't here yesterday, but just what I saw back in the barn, he does a real good job of obviously putting pieces and parts together, but he will describe structure in terms of how it works in their skeleton.
See what he says.
Really, really good top pair of heifers. And I think you can justify how you like them. For me today, probably the front 1/3 captivates me a little bit better, especially down through her chest and brisket today versus the heifer in second. Just really a nice brood cow look, really a nice angle and flatness to her shoulder for the amount of rib and body that she's got, a good rump to her, maybe even, I don't know if I'm going to get too critical on differences of condition today. I think basically as you get down into that chest floor, that's where you're going to give her a distinct advantage in terms of freshness today. I like the hind leg set to the heifer in second a little bit better. This heifer's got a little more set from her stifle down to her hock. I think it's okay in terms of movement. I don't know that she's as precise in that hock joint when you set that hind leg down versus our second place heifer, but it still allows her to reach and fill her tracks very nicely. Heifer in second, like I said, if you're going to talk front ends, she's a notch shorter neck. She's a notch heavier through that chest. That's a heifer from the back side of her shoulder back, however. I love that rib. I love that hip and hind leg. Like I said, from her stifle down to the ground, I think she's as closer to ideal than the heifer that wins the class. But two really powerful individuals. The heifer in third, young lady's done a nice job with. She's up-headed. Her neck comes out of her shoulder high. She's a heifer that really commands your attention on the profile. Yet when you get around behind her, she's getting some condition over those pin bones. That's one I'd also freshen up today. But in relation to the heifer that stands right before her today, she is neater in that shoulder and chest floor. Another deep-sided heifer, just not as powerfully built when you get around behind her. Then the heifer to conclude the class, young man's done a nice job with. Not a last-place heifer. She just came into a buzzsaw class today, especially with that top pair. Heifer that's shorter-necked, comes out a little lower out of that shoulder than the heifers that stand before her today. She's good and strong and level down her top. She's functional enough in her joint structure, just plainer built from the ground up and rear forward.
Catching up on results in our Simmental show, your champion junior foundation.
Well, I'd say Foundry probably could have been even nicer to her, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is there. I mean, he's got a describer, but it's neat listening to how he relates the way one's skeleton's built to their structure.
Yep.
Because there's a lot of guys that will get out here, and I'm not trying to brag on anybody, but filling their tracks is good structure, and that's not true. They got to hold their tops right. They got to use their structure within their skeleton and still be reach and flex, and I think he does a really good job of relating that back to the cattle and the type of cattle. You can give up a little bit if you got power.
Oh, absolutely.
So
absolutely. That how it relates is huge. That's a big thing. I don't know. I missed his introduction or whatever. Does he teach or what's Kyle do?
I think he runs cows. Is he in Georgia? I think now maybe.
Georgia, I know they said he was in Georgia.
Yeah, he runs. I think they said 700 head or something in Georgia, maybe or something. Because his dad used to run an Angus deal in Indiana, right? That's where he grew up.
I think that's said he's from yesterday when he introduced him. I know he's from Indiana.
Yep.
I thought, didn't his dad coach somewhere? Or didn't he?
I don't
can't remember.
Somebody
knew, they could sure text me and tell. I just remember him being good. It was always, and just like Corey said, when you guys were talking, I remember that was a guy you could load up and go to,
yep.
And you wouldn't have to kind of scratch your head and leave half your string at home.
Yep, sure.
Now, out here to be your champion. Nice female, big-bodied. Love the natural depth and uniformity from her elbow back. I think she's fresh for a senior yearling. For the, for ideal purposes, trimmed down the upper side and crest of that neck today. I think she's really long fronted. She's got a cowy head to her, but just maybe smoothing her up in that neck shoulder junction for me, but really like her from that center rib on back through her rump, and that power that she gives you in the depth of muscle. Also, to make her ideal, I'd probably shorten up her teat structure. That's just me being critical on a nice senior yearling, always trying to make one better, but a good-footed, big bone, thick-ended type of heifer. Congratulations.
He nailed her to the wall. Did a
That
great
he
job.
did. That he did.
That's a nice, props to
Oh,
them
yeah.
for a senior yearling. It's hard to keep one in that kind of rig.
That's right.
Impressive.
She looks good. I don't know if we're ever in my lifetime we're ever gonna get Brian to smile. I don't think he just doesn't smile a lot. He just is pretty serious out there in the ring, and that's all right too. He's trying, but that's a family that's had good Herefords for a long, long time.
Yep.
So we're coming back here with our grand first division. The first division would come from Rhonda Kepke. We're with a March heifer calf. The fall heifers would be.
I think that's a May, actually. Too.
Or a May, excuse me. You are right. That's a May. The March, I was getting ahead of myself. The March heifer, I believe, that is what?
Lindstrom's.
Lindstrom's, yeah. They call themselves Prospect Hill. That's right. And then the heifer we were just talking about. McMahon's is coming through. That's actually a Linneman heifer, so I suppose it's one that he must have found.
Sure.
I'll have a pretty good representation out there tonight, I'd say.
Yeah, there'll be a nice one come out of this breed for sure. I thought he'd talk more on that senior yearling about how rugged she is. That thing's foot and bone work is. It's a.
She is a powerhouse. When you get her out here and look at her against them, she could have stood some heat probably in that division pretty easy. You're right.
Well, yeah, heat, but I'm telling you, just to get one to the 1st of September, that's probably going to lay down in calf here in the next 60 days. That's tough to do. It's one thing to do it in the wintertime. It's another thing to do it when you're going into this time of year. Fight them things all summer. We've tried that senior yearling thing a few times in my life, and boy, it's a lot of work.
Like big senior, it's like 2-year-old bulls. It gives you a lot of respect for the ones that get out here and do it.
Yep.
And there's a reason that not many can.
That's exactly right.
I think he's getting ready to talk here.
A nice horned heifer show here this morning. I think not a big show in terms of numbers, but boy, you brought good ones out here to us, and we really appreciate that. Just the calf up front's off to a wonderful start. Her body type, her structure, just the cow-like look that I talked earlier that she already possesses will be one that's down here in this lineup in the months ahead. Miss Lena right behind her has got a nice heifer, a female, that's big-bodied right through the center portion of her skeleton, and like the muscle pattern, I don't know that she's got the overall sweep to her lower rib that you see in some of the other heifers out here today, and one that I said if I'd change more than anything, just lengthen her up through that front 1/3. The spring yearling heifers, I think that you need to talk them as a pair because that was the class of your show. The two pairs, the pair of heifers that just really powerful. From the ground up and rear forward, every angle that you look at them from, you see excellence. Just a little bit different, a little fresher made female here in front of me when you analyze her down through her brisket and chest floor, but I really love the hind leg structure on the reserve that was behind her. I think both of them going to make immaculate cow prospects. And then our senior yearling, big-bodied, thick-ended, big-boned female. Again, maybe not quite as attractive through that upper neck and down through her chest as well, but certainly a senior yearling that's been brought along very nicely. Be a fun one to calve out down the road. I think it's an easy decision for me to leave your two senior spring yearling heifers together. Congratulate these two young ladies for me and give them a round of applause.
Results from your Hereford show. Your grand champion Hereford female goes to entry 4023. That is LAR Mildred 225 ET, exhibited by Prospect Hill Farms of Elm Creek, Nebraska. And reserve grand champion goes to entry 614, KLM Harley Rustic 202 KET, exhibited by Kendi Meagerl of Ravenna, Nebraska. Catching up on some placings in our Simmental show from Class 624. We'll do this quickly. First place to entry 1265, LZF Crush 263K, exhibited by Tristan or Caden Cisco of Oto, Nebraska. Second place to 3282, BTYL Lady Orca 87K, exhibited by Oakley Dorsey of Morse Bluff, Nebraska. Third place to entry 1055, Felt Miss Data Breach, exhibited by Hadley Dorr of Bloomfield, Nebraska. And fourth place to entry 138, Volk Cow K103, exhibited by Prime Genetics of Kearney, Nebraska. Results from Class 626, heifers born January 22. First place goes to entry 336, Wirtz Mist Forest K213, exhibited by Talon Greving of Chapman, Nebraska. In the ring now, we have a single entry class, Class 630 in our Simmental show. And we are starting our bull show on the south side of the arena with Class 3.
Another one, just looking at the paper, reads very well. Another 3 cool.
Results from Class 626, heifers born January 2022. First place that goes to entry 1649, that is LHT Miss Broker 400J, exhibited by Trarnick Simmentals of Wymore, Nebraska. Now we'll be bringing in our champion senior foundation heifer selection.
I'm going to leave your pair of horned Hereford bulls together, or leave them as they stand, excuse me. And depending on where your preferences lie, I just think there's more to this bull up front. Now, he's got a little shoulder to him. He's also thicker-ended, but I'd just maybe lay him a little flatter at the front side of that shoulder, and then I'd transition him in. For as deep as he is, I wish he'd kind of come into that forerib just a little bit more open. Now, he's just a calf, and so I think with time, there's definitely ample time for that to happen. But he's just a deeper sided. He's more uniform from his elbow back to his flank. I like the shape. I like the hip. Very functional calf. Both of them move around the ring plenty well and plenty good to the joint structures today. The bull in second is smoother and flatter shouldered. He is stronger in his top line, where he comes out of the top side of his shoulder and into that top. He's super level all the way back into that rump today. Now he gives up some of that lower 1/3 to the bull ahead of him. So he doesn't maybe have that volume. He doesn't have that depth of rib that you see in the calf in first today. If you like the way he's pieced together a little bit better and you want to use him to win the class, wouldn't argue with you a bit. It's kind of a preference deal on those two horned Hereford bulls. Congratulations.
Results in your Hereford bull class, class 320, spring bull calves. First place goes to entry 1053. That is H.H. Herbie, 3005, exhibited by Hula Herefords of Creston, Nebraska. And second place goes to entry 1703, RPM Profit V756 ET, exhibited by Morgan Ranch of Burwell, Nebraska. In the ring now, we have class 322. Junior bull calves born January 1st to February 28th of 2023.
Young man's got a nice bull that leads us off up here. Just a bull that transitions into his lines just a little bit smoother today, from the point of his shoulder to his forerib, down his top, out through that rump. He's a thicker-ended, stouter-hipped bull, and as you work your way down to the ground, I think he's a bull that maybe comes together with a little neater hind leg, and his form and function are just right on point. The February calf behind him is really a long-sided individual. He's long-necked. He's long from his shoulder back. He is neat right through that center skeleton and lower rib as the bull in front of him. No, I think with time, he's going to be a big growthy bull, and I think if he'll slow down in size and just start to fill out, then you're going to like that bull certainly in the days ahead, because he's really a long striding, sound, functional type of bull calf. Congratulations to both those exhibitors.
Results in your Simmental show. Your champion senior foundation heifer goes to entry 1265. That is LZF Crush 263K, exhibited by Tristan or Caden Cisco of Oto, Nebraska. And your reserve champion senior foundation female goes to entry 1649 LHT Miss Broker 400J, exhibited by Triarnic Simmentals of Wymore, Nebraska. Coming in the ring now on the north side is class 632. These are your cow-calf pair class. And we're getting a result. 20 500L and exhibited by Kester Herefords, and second place goes to entry 1054 HH Target Time 3003 exhibited by Hula Herefords of Creston, Nebraska. Now we will be selecting our champion junior bull calf.
We get our cow-calf pair out here to wind up this foundation Simmental show. Boy, this is a really good udder shape underneath this one. Really good balance to that udder. Like that about her a lot. She's not one that's extra heavy condition. Doesn't have the big hairs on her. But this is just a really good milk Simmental cow. Represents that breed so well. And then you look at the heifer calf that she's got on her side. This one here is just awfully good in a lot of regards. Just a really good structure here, a lot of quality in both attributes. Really like them. Just got that very good round of applause if you will.
Results from Class 632 in your cow-calf class. First place goes to entry 4239. That is Elvira O. J30, exhibited by O'Brien Simmentals of Ravenna, Nebraska. That will be your champion foundation pair. Now we will be selecting our Grand Champion Foundation Simmental female, Reserve Grand Champion Foundation Simmental female, and your Nebraska Bred Champion Foundation female.
Nice start to our Hereford bull show here. Couple of nice calves in front of me and nice respective second places. I think the two first places need to stick together for me today. They were the two that came out of their classes with the most shape and power and dimension today. They're beating bulls that still have a lot of performance and eye appeal to them. And again, kind of where your preferences lie in search of a herd bull prospect, I think you can do a couple of different things. Cowboy in the black hat's going to have your champion bull calf today. Congratulations. We'll follow with the young calf in front of him for reserve. Nice job.
Your champion Hereford junior bull calf goes to entry 2518. That is KEST 257H 9359, color up 500L, exhibited by Kester Herefords of Clearwater, Nebraska. And your reserve champion junior bull calf goes to entry 1053 HH Herbie 3005, exhibited by Hula Herefords of Creston, Nebraska. That will also be your grand champion and reserve grand champion Hereford bulls for the day.
Well, as we get ready to pick our champion foundation female, let me just start off and say thanks to the state fair, thanks to the Nebraska Simmental crew
Here on your Hereford side of the ring, a nice classic heifers here, and a nice top pair. I think they're different. I think down the road, long term, you might be able to even switch this pair. Initially, this second place heifer hit the ring, and I just really liked her extremely well. As I get around behind her, she gets awful narrow at the ground, and I think we've just got a base width advantage, longer bodied heifer here to win this class, the white necked heifer, but she's so long sided. You like the length from her shoulder back, a heifer that has got a little set to her leg in relation to the heifer that's in second today, but I think that really allows that hind leg to come forward and set down where her front foot leaves off. A really nice heifer to start off. Very youthful, really attractive head and neck and pattern to this heifer in second. At times she gets a little bit jammed up, a little shorter coupled. Again, a little narrower gauged as you get around behind her. But as that heifer grows, develops, and fills out, I think if she was just a little bit longer bodied today, that heifer would give a female a run for her money there in first. I think just kind of basic fundamentals allows this heifer in third to stand where she is. A notch more upright in that hind leg than I prefer. I think she handles it okay when you set her off into motion. Very youthful, really neat calf look up in that front 1/3 today. She's just nicer built through that upper portion of her skeleton and from the rear view. Long-bodied, big-scaled heifer here to conclude the class. For the length of body that she's got, I just wish you could get behind her and have the mass and the dimension and the three-dimensional shape that you see in some of the other cattle out here today. Nice heifer group of heifers start your show here.
Results from your
Yeah, starting this polled heifer show over here on the Hereford side. And, you talk about a family that's been in it long term, raising good cattle forever. Winner of that first class was the Morgan Ranch from Burrell, Nebraska. And Ryan, I'll tell you what, I mean, them people. And then second was a McMahon heifer. Not to say anything wrong with that. I mean, there's a couple programs that have been there for the long haul.
Been there a long time. Yep.
And I was a little kid going to Denver, and it was a long time ago that I was a little kid going to Denver. They were bringing them Hereford pens.
Yeah.
Pens of feeder calves and bulls. And when we used to all have those sales at the same time, everybody'd come back, and we had that Sand Hill circuit and sold all those sales, and people come back and say, "Hey, Tim, you got a good Hereford?" Like, now you need to go about an hour east. Just go west, go to Burwell, stop. Ronnie will have one for you.
Yep.
I mean, those guys, they have brought good stock to town for many years. But so poll show, it looks like they got some numbers here. It's going to be a pretty good event.
Well, it's normally bigger. I mean, just as a breed, even in the junior program, it's always the bigger one. It's probably double what the horns show up with most of the time.
Well, and I don't think it's being controversial to say, if you're out looking for bulls and looking for stuff like that, polled is still a pretty big trait in the commercial world.
Yeah, it probably is.
I don't know a horn
as a
breeder
guy
in
that got, we show some Herefords now, and I've had better luck selling horn bulls lately than I have polls, which I don't know why that is, but I'll take it.
Well, I know everybody that ever had them, and some of my good friends that raised them, they'll always say when they take the horns off, they took the muscle with them.
That's the wives' tale for sure.
Yeah, I don't know, for a while it was true, but and it makes sense in genetics.
Yeah, they're making these. It was always, the horned ones were the rugged, stouter built ones, and the polled ones were just a little more feminine and ladylike, and they're blending the breeds, or blending the characteristics together well between them two. And there's a lot of polled guys using horned bulls now too, and that never, they never used to cross paths. And
that used to be a battle, didn't it?
Yep. I think in this day and age, especially in this scenario, I mean, you've got to go back and forth just a little bit.
And it still goes back to the same thing we've been talking about, and they've been talking about it at every fair. Good is good, and you need to use the good ones no matter what they are. And and that's why these top fives and stuff like what you did last night, and it's so fun to see them with the different breeds. And it doesn't matter. I mean, it doesn't matter if it's a pink with purple polka dots. Good is good.
Absolutely.
And people that get pigeonholed into thinking they have to have something at a certain weight, certain kind or whatever. I mean, that's where you get in trouble breeding in my mind. I mean, I think you got to have an open mind to anything.
Well, I mean, geez, it's so hard to pinpoint these things perfect for every time you want to drag them. You know what I mean? It's just
absolutely.
There's operations that do a very good job of it, and there's certain breeds that are dang sure better at it than others to be able to do that.
Yo, for sure. Yeah, it is not easy to take something that weighs upwards, getting close to, them, like you were talking about the big senior yearlings. You take them with a big baby in their belly or a big 2-year-old bull. Just putting them on the trailer and getting them off the trailer is hard enough, much less anything else. And
that's about the biggest thing you got to accomplish without laming one up most of the time.
Yep. Well, we've seen that in the steer show. Had a pretty good.
That'll great. I mean, it's just so much fun to watch, and then on another, to have the kids, even if it's just the kids doing it, it's just such a learning experience because it's a craft that will die if we don't keep teaching it.
Absolutely. Well, I had a prime example of that was when I needed help at the ranch, and my right after my father had passed away, and Cody came home to help, and he had to quit his job he was working in Kansas City for a brokerage firm, and he had to quit his job. Well, he was looking for about 6 months, but he worked every day of his life. We didn't have really anything going with the cattle. It was going into winter, and we didn't have sale cattle per se and all that because we were going to have to rebuild because we had to sell everything when Dad died, settle estate, and do all that kind of great, wonderful, fun stuff. Well, he was never bored a day in his life. I mean, he had a job. He went out and clipped and did stuff and made money till he found what he needed. But this, like you say, they pass it on. There's a lot of pride in it. And there's we got another show coming up in this arena in 3 weeks, and if these kids don't know how to do it and they don't think they can compete, I guarantee you, them boys from across that river going to come over and whoop them. You got to do it. You got to learn how to do it. And
It's just wild, though, as you go from when I started doing this 20 years ago, how there was, in this state there was 1 or 2 that were elite at it, and then as you just now you go to these things, and I mean there is so many talented kids at fitting cattle. It's just unreal to me.
It really is. That is true.
We talk about can't find help, but then there's so many kids, and and everybody's obviously got their teams they work for, but it's just there's not poorly presented ones very often anymore.
No, there aren't. And they really do. I mean, they know, and like you say, those teams, and that's cool. That's a part of teamwork. I wish schools would see that a little more and realize how much of a team these kids are. And
oh, yeah.
This little gal in the lead.
Okay, when she wants to start fighting, she kind of gets that hind leg out from her skeleton a little bit, but boy, is she easy to like in terms of her head and neck and balance and symmetry down her top. The heifer in second, like I said, structurally, probably pieced together a little bit neater today. Like to fill that heifer out. Like to give her a bit more dimension right through her center skeleton. I like to give her more shape right through her center quarter today, and I think that will come with time because I think that's a heifer that's got enough length of muscle and depth of muscle. That's just a very youthful, green-made type of heifer that's going to have some really good days ahead of her. The heifer that's probably as far along as any of them is here in third. Just a nice heifer. I thought maybe could win the class if she was a little neater out through her hip, especially where that tail head ties into that pin set and rump structure today. That's probably your class winner. But she just gets a little bit awkward in that back 1/3. Her hind leg's good. She's not as maybe got that show ring wow factor up through that front end. She's long fronted and very feminine featured, but maybe gives up a little bit of that look to the heifers in first and second. Nice cow prospect the gentleman brings us here next in the lineup. Just really good down her top, a good hip structure to her, nice hind leg. Maybe gets a a little bit tubular at times when she's out on the walk. She maybe just seems to be tighter through that lower 1/3, doesn't maybe blend into the back side of her shoulder, and then as well in that neck shoulder junction as some of the heifers ahead of her. Really nice profiling white necked heifer here the young man's got. Probably just a little bit too far behind in condition for her body type. She's a bigger framed, skeletally extended heifer of this class, and for her stature, I wish there was more to her, down her top, and certainly from her hooks back and pins down, but that's one when you stop and get her parked, certainly has some nice pieces. Here's the cantankerous one of the class that just doesn't want to do anything right. I think this is a way better heifer than way she's acting. A heifer with some rib, a heifer with some shape. She's got a better hind leg than the heifer that concludes the class. Today, she's wanting to get a little pinched and a little tight up through that fore-rib and heart. I'd like to blend in and lay that shoulder flatter within her skeleton. I think that's a pretty good heifer. Just wish her brain was connected today. Then the heifer to conclude the class, a female with some body, some shape from behind, a little deceiving. You don't see that shape from the side profile until you get right around behind her. That hind leg probably concerns me the most of any of them out here, and I don't think it's a bad hind leg. It's just a hind leg that I could make just a little more useful long term. Nice class of Hereford heifers.
Cantankerous.
Terminology, man. That was nice. That was very, very nice and smooth. I liked the finishing off with just wish her brain was attached. That was really good.
You can always tell the guys that have actually been out in the ring and hauled or broke a few because they understand that kind of thing a little bit more.
Absolutely. The more we breed look into these things, the more cantankerous they get.
Yep, that's right. That's kind of a good. Well, you've got a bunch coming up to right about that teenage years, and you will find that cantankerous is the word that will fit that a lot. You just wonder, and that's a good way to explain it at the end too. You just wonder if their brain is attached. No, that was a very good class. There was a lot of give and take. That was a tough class to judge. I mean, he didn't really have just a full-out rock star in there, but he didn't really have a bad one either.
Yep.
Kiera Bremer winning that class. Second would have been the Valley Creek, which is the Buellers, right? Or McGee's and
Missy.
Missy Bueller, but McGee's, and then third would have been Morgan Ranch, and fourth went to Langren Ranch. Mark Langren and family up from Bartlett.
Yep.
Out in the heart of Hereford country.
A good story about Valley Creek back in the day. First time anybody ever conned me into working on a Hereford was at Kearney. I was probably 20, maybe 21, somewhere in that range. And the Valley Creek brought a damn nice polled bull, and I mean that thing had feet and bones and hairy. And they're like, "Would you help?" And then I clipped that bull, and he like, "Man, this is kind of fun." And I kind of gave up on the breed for a long time, and now
you're buying them.
Now I'm buying them and trying to raise a few. I don't know if I'm doing a great job at it, but we try.
Hell, you raised some stuff that did some pretty good. You had a good run.
We had a nice summer for sure.
For sure.
You know, Hadley's obviously been that's kind of the breed she likes, and been very competitive in terms of showing Hereford females, and started buying, trying to put some bulls together to put something out there to try and make some quality livestock, and then
you bet.
Was lucky enough to raise one this summer that had a nice little day there at Junior Nationals. So.
Hell yes. But yeah, if you just joined us and stuff, that's part of what we're talking about is this junior program, these junior nationals, and if you're just tuning in here and watching from the polled show and all that, boy, we were just bragging about the Hereford Junior Nationals during the Horn Show when this thing started and how good it was. And I mean, you talk about you just can't say enough good about Amy Cowan and how she does that program, and to that end. You got to really give the association
the whole
the
regime.
thumbs up, because they back it.
All the way
She's
down
not
there.
anybody if they don't back it. Everybody believes in it, and that's something that really, you can see that from the outside, from another breeder looking in. I mean, you talk about a lot of respect for something, boy.
Yeah, and the breeders embrace it so much.
You
too.
bet.
I mean, they make that thing. They make that thing way good for them kids. I don't even know if I want to venture to guess how many dollars worth of scholarship money they poured into that breed, and it's a testament to they believe in those kids, so that's great.
Yep, and that's why they have, that's why they have some awfully big shows with a lot of numbers and a lot of good ones.
Yep.
Just like that little room up there. How much do they make at when the junior nationals are here? And
it's too ritzy for me, Tim. I can't fork the bill.
I haven't been in the room ever up there, but I do know I drove here I had to pick something up at Sullivan's or whatever, and I didn't really have any business being at the Hereford Junior Nationals, but I drove here one evening and come around back here by tie-outs, and to see them things in tie-outs and just to get any kind of idea or get your arms around how many of them were, and then watch it. I was here for a while the next day, watch some of that show, and some the quality just from top to bottom just blow you away.
Yep.
Unbelievable. In the ring, now we got the February pulled heifer, so it'll be junior heifer calves.
Another good-sized class.
That is.
This one lady, he's pulling here first. This one's got a nice future.
Boy, she does. That is an elegant little female, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Who do we have there? Is that Pearson?
Yes. TK pulled around here. They had a nice summer a couple years ago with one the Graves girl showed.
We got a little more of that cantankerous going on out there, Dunk, I think.
And they're not all teenagers, Tim. You got adults out there, too.
What kind of teenage cattle, though, you got first? Maybe this is maybe more like junior high. You're an expert.
These might be more like pouty toddlers out here. Maybe.
Yeah, that's probably right.
Placings in Class 704 in your purebred Simmental show. First place goes to entry 1856. LKCC Miss Ivy. 17L exhibited by Kennedy Parks of Omaha, Nebraska.
Must be showing purebred semis now on the other side?
Yep, I think so.
This performance, and she's the one that you like in terms of her substance. Just not pretty enough. I like her bone work. I'm not going to tell you her hind leg is just completely accurate when you set her in motion. Her problem is she's splitting maybe two heifers that go together a little bit better. The heifer that wins, I think, is just the most fault-free. I could still stouten her up a little bit, but I think in terms of eye appeal, femininity, structural soundness, one that I've talked different times today, when you don't change, whether you're on the standstill or whether you're out on the move, wonderful indicators of structural correctness when cattle are like that. And that's how she is. Very fresh, very youthful. She's just a calf, so she's got wonderful days ahead of her. A young man heifer, just to kind of reiterate what I said. She's heavier fronted. I'm not going to discredit her. She's got some swelling on this side of her neck, probably from a vaccine maybe. But a heifer that's just a little bit down-headed, heavier fronted, coarser in her shoulder, but she's got more to her to carry around this ring. The heifer behind her is more the type of the heifer that wins. Sounder structured, more attractive up from her shoulder forward and down her top and back through her rump. She's just one of the lighter muscled heifers of the class, so I needed to put her down in third. Plainer fronted heifer here in fourth that I really like from the back side of her shoulder back. I think structure, I think balance and symmetry. She's really good from the top side of her shoulder back. From her shoulder forward, I just wish she came out of that shoulder a little higher. Wish she was prettier headed. This is one that's drawn my attention several times. Very attractive on the standstill, especially when you get around behind her. She's a one with got tremendous shape. She's long-bodied. She's got a beautiful top in her. When she's out on the move, she wants to get that tail head up in the air. She gets more tubular and a little tighter through her lower one-third for me. And then two heifers to conclude the class, just a little bit off in their structure, plainer in their pattern. They got to be a little prettier, a little more feminine featured and sounder moving off of those hind legs to get up any higher.
Nice class.
Yeah, there really was.
Real nice one up there on the top side, I thought.
And I like how he said that. That was that's pretty good. That's pretty good, dead on. If they don't change when they stop and when
Absolutely.
they move, boy, I mean that's an excellent description, and that's a good way to put it.
That moves cattle from great to elite.
Yes, it does.
Still a lot of question marks. I mean, still a calf.
Oh,
but,
yeah, little
I mean,
baby calf. And,
got a nice foundation to work with there.
Yep. Some days that can be, like dropping that one and looking a little greener that he put to third. That can be the difference between nursing and drinking water, having a good drink of water, know.
Yeah.
Two nice heifers here in your January class, just both really attractive, really well put together up in their front end, their head, their neck, their shoulder attachment. and then they blend a lot of quality from there back. There's just more to this heifer that wins. Heifer that love the rib, the depth of body and uniformity she carries from her elbow back. She's a thicker-ended female. She's a bigger-topped female, and a heifer that I really like when you get her out on the go. Long-sided heifer, very youthful. Again, very up-headed like the female right before. Really flat and laid in smooth at the front side of her shoulder. She's going to be one that offers a lot of femininity to future offspring. Is there as much to her? No. When you get around behind the two heifers, she's flatter through her upper rib. She's flatter, narrows out down through the lower portion of her quarter today, but really a fault-free type of heifer there in second. Nice pair of females.
Getting caught up on some classes here. I'm going to start on the Hereford side. From Class 354A, first place goes to entry 954, Bar M 729, Miss Gatsby 2305, exhibited by Audrey Person of Hampton, Nebraska. Second place goes to entry 2520, KEST 31D 1443, Seneca 482 LET, exhibited by Kester Herefords of Clearwater, Nebraska. Third place goes to entry 1495 TKCC Lady Roller 304 ET, exhibited by TK Cattle Company of Burwell, Nebraska. Fourth place goes to entry 3543 KELR Harriet 305, exhibited by Jefferson Keller of St. Paul, Nebraska. Fifth place to entry 2622 VCR 53D Jazz 311L, exhibited by Valley Creek Ranch of Fairbury, Nebraska. Sixth place to entry 3540 KELR Jesse 306, exhibited by Jefferson Keller of St. Paul, Nebraska. Seventh place to entry 3539 KELR Winona 302, exhibited by Jefferson Keller of St. Paul, Nebraska. Results from Class 354B Junior Heifer Calves. First place goes to entry 1739 Miss Lemon 002L, exhibited by William Moeller of Grand Island. Second place, entry 1494, TKCC, Miss Diva 301, exhibited by TK Cattle Company of Burwell, Nebraska. Now in our ring, we are selecting our champion junior heifer calf and champion reserve junior heifer calf in our polled Hereford division. And catching up on a division from your purebred Simmental show, your champion junior purebred heifer calf goes to entry 1856. That is LKCC Miss Ivy 17L, exhibited by Kennedy Parks of Omaha, Nebraska. And your reserve champion junior purebred heifer goes to entry 1260, exhibited by LZF Lana L196, exhibited by LZ Farms of Unadilla, Nebraska. In the ring now in our purebred Simmental show, we have Class 706, heifers born January 2023.
Here on the Hereford side now, we got the champion calf division, four really nice ones. We probably might have a favorite out here, but it might not be. It might not be because of the heifer.
Yeah, sure. That's okay though.
Dang
a lot
right.
of good operations, and you know.
Oh, for sure.
Especially in this breed, you know, it's very. Everybody kind of hangs out. And
you bet. Well, and the Simmentals, too. Corey nailed it. I thought that was great. You know, he quoted, and I'd forgot about that, but he quoted, you know, all our good friend Jim Bloomberg's about, yeah, you're going to go use your buddy out there in the show. Well, yeah, because they're all my friends.
Exactly.
You know, that was well put when he said it. I'd kind of forgot about it till now, but that is right, you know. And, you know, if you don't like this, you're not friends. And, you know, competition is great, but Be friends at the end of the day, get along, shake hands, and you ain't going to win them all and you ain't going to lose them all. But
No. You know, in my younger days, I was as competitive. I'm surprised competitive as anybody, but you just learn how to, you know what, there's a lot of days you can show cows, and the fact that you get to do it is probably still the blessing when it comes all the way down to it. So.
Well, that's exactly right. That is exactly right. You know, you don't realize, you know, you take these kids And I still say that, and we talk a lot about the youth and all that, but I guess that's because that's what you and I are probably tied up into that and, live it every day. And ours don't even play sports. Like you got a baseball player in your family.
Oh yeah, they all got their thing, and that's good.
You bet. But the ones that can't play baseball, it's like some of this is their sport,
Absolutely.
And I had a kid say, I had a mother say that last year. She was talking about her daughter out there showing, and she comes up and they were watching her show in a class and stuff, and she's, man, that girl just loves the sport. And it really is, I mean, it is. It's
no different than something you put a ball in your hand. You get out of it what you put into it, and it's like anything. There's certain kids that grab it faster and are more talented, and there's certain kids that have to work for it.
You bet.
But it seems like, it's fun to see the ones that maybe didn't just have it handed to them a little bit,
Absolutely.
what I mean? And watch them kids just maybe they're never going to be the best at it, but there's so much growth that they can get from it.
Well, I know when at the county fair, my mother reminds me of this still, and she's 91 and she remembers this. When I won showmanship one year at the county fair, she was sitting behind a couple other ladies, and she said, the only reason they think Tim is good is because he was so bad when he started.
That's a great county fair story. My kids, grew up very, very humbly. Showing cattle was not a thing that was my sport whatsoever. We most of the time, until the last couple years that I ever showed, we'd just break them 2 weeks before we would go to the fair, and we'd go. And I think I was reserve showman. And our county, I mean, there's been some. Corey grew up. He's only a handful
Wayne
of years.
County, you bet.
There's a lot of families that have showed for a long time up in that part of the world. And I was reserved 1 year, and then COVID year, our kids, I'm not saying we don't go to the county fair because we don't go because of that. We go because they're so busy with everything else.
Yep.
And we're just kind of getting wound down from a junior national run of 2, 3, 4 weeks. And it's just those cattle need time to just recover and come back together. But on COVID year, it was a bring them in, show, and go home. And so Hadley went, and the first year she goes, she wins showmanship. So she won it the first time, and I never did.
Let's start by giving our Hereford exhibitors a round of applause. Really nice start to your Hereford female show. I'm not going to go through every one. As I get to this point, I kind of figured just going through the first couple of classes, we were going to see an array of them. We've got an array of them even within this division. And you don't always get the ones that you exactly like, but you bring the best ones forward for me, and that starts with structure, and they got to have some femininity. They got to have that balance. And if you can put some of those other particulars together, you just go up after the most complete ones. The February heifer, let's go ahead and pull her out. She's the one that hits me the hardest out here. She's more my type. Her femininity, she's actually kind of a deceiving heifer. When you study her from the profile, she's so attractive and so good in her skeleton. You say, how stout is she from behind? She's definitely stout enough, and she's got good days ahead of her. She doesn't have condition on her. That heifer is going to grow and develop, and like I talked in class, she doesn't change whether she's on the stand or whether she's in motion. And then your question is, what's going to be second? And initially, I come down here to the January class, and that heifer's got some good pieces to her. Is she my kind? Yes and no. I like her depth. I like her dimension from behind. A big boned heifer, and yet probably coarser need for me. A little bit awkward where she's got enough shoulder that she actually kind of comes in a little harsher into her rib for the amount of depth of body that she's got. The heifer in front of her, big body, big bone, but too much shoulder, a little wastier fronted. Got two nice heifers up here in front. So I come down, which one do I think needs to go with your champion? It's going to be the young lady's heifer directly in front of me. Not ideal structured, but really, really pretty, really, really attractive. Nice pair of heifers in that division. Congratulations.
Good division there.
Boy, it was.
Our little cheerleading worked too. We got her in there.
By God, yes. And I bet she's smiling, but then she is always smiling.
Always smiling, yeah. Good news is your mama do tie-outs for her. At least Snapchat doesn't lie on that.
That's right. Mama will do tie-outs every day, yep.
for the last 3 months, it seems like. I always joke with her, Jenna, how you been? Tyle's doing good? Yeah.
Right now. That's probably her pace. Yeah, that's probably her peaceful time. That's what
I suppose it's a release.
Yep, that's exactly.
Thing is,
right.
she always does them at night when it's the hottest it could possibly be. I'm like, why don't you go in the morning? But I suppose when you bring her and one kid to a show and bring 6 or 8 of them, it probably takes you an hour to get them all in the barn.
Well, and that little one there, the couple days Kiara, her older sister, had volleyball games.
Sure.
She lined it all out, did that, and by the time she got back, this little gal that was just reserving that division is who we were talking about, if you're listening. And she, time she got back with those calves, she'd rounded up enough help that she had all those cattle out in tie-outs, and she had it done. And she was sweeping up the last of the stalls when Mama got back there. And you do not leave. I don't know how old Kiara would be. What year in school? I don't know.
The oldest one? Is that what you're talking
No,
about?
the younger. That was Kiara's, but I guess Kinsley showed that one. That's Kiara's heifer. I was looking at the deal, but Kinsley.
Kinsley's like 5th, maybe?
5th grade.
5th or 6th.
You don't leave every 5th grade.
Her and Hadley are pretty close.
Yep. Well, Hadley's what, 6th?
6th grade.
6th grade, yeah.
Yep.
So, see, you don't leave very many 5th, 6th graders, and I'm sure Hadley could do it too, but you don't just leave them at the fair.
Well, when you leave them, and they become managers, Tim. So
that is true.
They're pretty good about calling the shots then, and then they become the boss.
Yep.
So
trust me, I know. I don't know.
They learn that well from their maternal side of their pedigree, I think, is what happens.
For sure.
Must be into falls here, huh?
Yep. This would be, a
couple different
Novembers
here.
Got a good buddy out there, Wolf Farms from Madison, Nebraska, and then one of Bueller's from Fairbury. I didn't know they had any of those things.
Yeah, the younger his boy there, whatever, showed her last night under me. So kind of neat. He always makes fun of me with Herefords, but then he has kid drag ones.
Yep. See, look at there.
I got something I can poke right back at him with.
There
now.
you go.
Oh, Butter's out there showing away, though.
Oh, there you go. Practicing, warming up.
I know it's terrible to say. I've known him as that for 20 years, and I probably know what his first name is, but I can't remember most of the time.
What's that?
The McGee boy.
Oh boy, I can't either.
They always call him Butter, and that's what I've always called
Yep.
him.
Here, 2 November heifers. I think both offer a lot of quality in different ways. The heifer that wins is just the most functional of the two. She's the easiest to like as you set her off on the go. She's got the most cushion to her pasture, and she's got the most flex to her hock. Most of it starts up high. She's just looser in her spine. Therefore, she's looser out through her hip, and then that trickles down into that rear leg. You can maybe pretty her up maybe in that neck-shoulder junction ever so slightly. That's just trying to find a fault and a really good one. Freshen her up just a tick. I'm not going to say she's overly fat, but she's one that, back through that pin set, she's pushing a little condition today. Awfully powerful one in second in terms of the top shape that she's got. Really bold and big sprung there through the upper portion of her skeleton. Thick-ended female, just gets a little bit heavier up through that neck. She gets a little bit tubular through her rib for me, but most of her problem is just structurally. She's tighter in her spine. She's tighter hinged in her rump. She's more restricted off of those hind two as she goes. But 2 nice-footed females, just a little bit different in terms of balance and femininity.
Results from your purebred Simmental Open Female Show. First place in Class 710 goes to entry 1728 WHF Daphne 457K, exhibited by NP Cattle Company of Fremont, Nebraska. Second place goes to entry 1463 CRSS Ariel, exhibited by CW Cattle Company of Wayne, Nebraska. In the ring now, in your Simmental ring, we're selecting your champion senior purebred heifer calf. Results from your Hereford show from Class 354B. First place goes to entry 1739 Miss Lemon 002L, exhibited by William Moeller of Grand Island, Nebraska. And second place goes to entry 1494 TKCC Miss Diva 301, exhibited by TK Cattle Company of Burwell, Nebraska. We will now be selecting our champion junior heifer calf in the Polled Hereford show.
I think our announcer got a little bit ahead of himself there, Ryan.
Yep, still got a class.
Yeah,
But, man, I want to comment. The guy sounds really good on the mic.
Oh, man, I wish I could be a big voice guy like that.
He is silky, man.
He is. You know who that is?
Uh-uh.
I don't know. I
I talked to him last night a little bit, but, man.
Yep,
he should be on the radio or something.
I wonder if maybe he is.
He
Who
could
knows? I mean, but no, that last class, Blair Bueller won that class, and Wolf Farms from Madison was second. Now we got one more class of senior heifers before we do our calf champion.
These must be Septembers.
Yep.
There we go.
Yep. No, he's a lot nicer to listen to. I kind of enjoyed the down button with that that gal they had, that 4-H lady, and she was pretty good on Saturday. She did a good job because she was trying to call. She had to call out to the back too, so she's doing a lot.
Well, and those classes are so big and just trying to get through
Oh
them.
man,
you know?
we were all laughing up here Sunday. When she came back Sunday to do the market side, well, she must have stopped and got the biggest grande latte, mondo, whatever you can get from the Starbucks, because she started out in the morning. I mean, she was so loud. 'Cause, you can tell and you can watch how it's coming up, and everybody else you can run them at about half volume. We had her on less than a quarter. I mean, she was belting her out.
Yep.
Wouldn't have mattered, turned her up and down. She could have heard it just fine on my microphone. I mean, it was.
They always get on my case when I judge, like last night. Like, hey, you need to talk into the mic a little bit. But when you get in the middle of this ring, the acoustics of it, it sounds like you're shouting when you're.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's very loud in the ring. So but I think the way this ceiling tapers down, it holds it up, especially when you get up high.
Yeah, it must, because boy, what's really crazy is like over the weekends when they start that. Talking them all at the same time because it's supposed to be. They got the speaker system so they can do that on quadrants.
Yep.
But boy,
I
noticed like this weekend they just weren't doing it much. I think that Blake Nelson on Saturday, he was pretty. They were trying to do lambs on the other side, and it took him a little time, and I don't think he really understood. They wanted him to keep kind of going, and I don't blame him for it because, man, it was just too loud. There's just no way.
How many kids they had to run through the ring that day?
300 and some just and then you do it again in showmanship, and then more than that
in the cow show itself, and he set a number at the end of the day. Go ahead.
Your Hereford ring and 2 high-quality cattle at that. I'm going to leave them as they stand. I like the body, the depth of rib, the uniformity that she's got from her elbow back. She's pretty enough fronted. You can maybe give that advantage to the heifer in second if you want. But that heifer is just a little bit looser out on the move. It can maybe get a little jammed up high, but I think that hind leg sets down with more authority and flexibility versus our heifer in second that just maybe gets a little harsher in her hock as she travels. But this heifer on the standstill, you just like that nice brood cow look. I think she's a great show heifer. I think she's a wonderful cow prospect that's got some good days ahead of her when you stick her into production. The heifer in second, you like the length of body. She like the length of neck that she's got from her shoulder forward. Is she as deep as the heifer that wins? No. Is she deep enough? Yes, for me, because I think the length of body makes up for that. But her problem is, like I said, out here on the move, she's not bad. She just making a comparison and telling you why why I did what I did. She's a notch tighter hinged in that rump structure today, and so down in that hock, she just gets a little bit tighter when she steps that hind leg down. I just like to see that hind leg flex with a bit more reach, but really a high-quality pair of heifers. Congratulations.
Results from your polled Hereford show from Class 356. First place goes to 2619 VCR 29H Serenity 275K, exhibited by Blair Bueller of Fairbury. Second place, entry 1941 WLFF Cheyenne 13K ET of Wolf Farms. From Class 358, first place goes to entry 3105 GLM 15B Adora 2287 ET, exhibited by Eric Frenzen of Fullerton, Nebraska. And second place, entry 2620 VCR LSP 29H Fancy 267K, exhibited by Landon Peshek of Fairbury. Now we'll be selecting our champion senior heifer calf in the Hereford ring. I'm going to catch up on some division champions from the Simmental show. Your champion senior purebred heifer calf goes to entry 2884 Bar S Brooklyn K242, exhibited by Bar S Cattle Company of Pierce, Nebraska. And reserve champion goes to entry 1861 LKCC Miss Remy 83L, exhibited by Corey Kirsten of Gretna, Nebraska. In the ring now, this will be Class 716, heifers born May of 2022.
Here in your senior calf division, 4 really nice heifers, and the 2 class winners especially. I think they'll go together for champion and reserve. And I'll just go ahead and tell you how I like them. I like the September in the back for your champion today. When you blend her in that upper side of her neck into her shoulder and you transition into her forerib, a little bit maybe fresher made as you get around behind the 2 heifers. She's just got a really nice look from the profile, and then when you get around behind her, you're certainly not disappointed. As I said, maybe sometimes on the move, when she's holding back and not wanting to walk, we're having to tail that heifer, and all of a sudden maybe she gets a little tighter through that upper portion of her spine. But I imagine you rip that show halter off of her in the pasture, you won't ever notice that. Really nice way to start off. Your reserve's going to be your November heifer right in front of her. Maybe not as attractive, like I said, in that neck shoulder junction. As you get around behind her, maybe a little condition through that pin set. Not bad, just an observation. Not near as stout as the heifer behind her, but is she a really sound, really functional type of heifer? Absolutely. When you study her through her knee, her hock, and her pasture, she's just got too much of an advantage over the second place heifer that was behind your champion. So again, we'll keep them as the 2 up front. Your September wins, November reserve. Congratulations to both of you.
Your champion senior heifer calf and your polled Hereford show goes to entry 3105 GLM 15B Adora 2287 ET, exhibited by Eric Frenzen of Fullerton, Nebraska. Your reserve champion goes to entry 2619 VCR 29H Serenity 275K, exhibited by Blair Bueller of Fairbury, Nebraska. Coming in the ring now in our polled Hereford show, we will have Class 364 spring yearling heifers born March 1st to April 30th of 2022.
Okay, so if we got this right, we're out to the spring yearling heifers. These will be heifers born in March and April of 2022. Back on our polled side. We were talking about numbers on Saturday, and I don't know there isn't a good answer how to run 600-700 kids through a ring on on one day, no matter what. And it was a big day Sunday the way it was for the 4-H show last weekend, and we're gonna have 2 state fairs, and at the same time we'll be back to the same kind of thing. I imagine not quite as many numbers with the FFA, but Lord knows there'll be a.
I don't know, Tim.
There'll be a lot.
There's gonna be quite a.
Yeah,
that FFA deal is going to be salty.
It is. Well, on the cattle side, especially, where
I
we
think
get
the
to
hog
fit
side's
them.
going to be salty.
Oh, yeah, that's right. There will
that
be
hog
a pile.
side. That steer that wins last weekend, he'll run. Don't get me wrong, but I think just what I hear, the little chitter chatter I hear around, but then that hog show is going to be a pretty good deal. It sounds like.
Who's lucky feller gets to sort them?
They told a bear from Texas. I don't.
Oh, that's good.
Don't follow it much.
Right.
Just trying to learn as I go. My kids seem to think they want to show pigs someday, and I told them when they mastered one species, we try another.
Boy, I tell you, that's a tough one to master too. I walked into that right at the start of it. I walked into that the showdown thing that they had, and they were showing those gilts, and of course there's 10 of them in there from all the different divisions. And by the time the second one was in there, I thought maybe I could have still placed them. The time they put the third one in there, I knew it was way over my head. And they were good. And that'll be nothing like what comes out of this deal.
That's one species you could stand 5th or 6th in class one day, and you could literally walk from one ring to the next and win the whole show.
And it's always hard to keep. It's always hard to keep up with the type. They can turn the generation so fast and change the type and tweak them a little bit and make something coming up. And it's just, I can't talk about something else that they've made better over the years. Oh my God, them things are cool to look at now.
Yeah.
$21.49 winning this class would be
Mark
Langren
Mark.
Ranch heifer. Yep, one of Mark Langren's.
It's his grandson, I think, showing, isn't it?
Oh, I bet it is. Yep. I bet you're right.
Was the one of Langard's, was she reserving the 4-H show?
Oh boy, that was a lot of cows ago, man.
I think she was. I think the Prinz girl, Todd's girl.
Right.
I think she was reserved.
You might be right. That's a good heifer. different kind and type than what he's been had out here to look at.
Mm-hmm.
See what he says here.
Spring heifers over in your Hereford ring, really powerful individual up in first, and there's a lot to this heifer. Is she too big? I'm not going to make that call. She's plenty big for me, especially when you compare her to the heifer that's in second today. And so I guess if I'm going to make her more ideal, I could drop her a half a frame score. That's just a personal preference. It is not going to change the fact that she wins the class pretty handily. She's fresh. She's so powerful with her frame. Where I don't get critical on that is she's got the pieces to go along with it. She could maybe be a little bit more attractive up through that front end and trim a little bit of that chest down. But, man, just fresh and well presented to us today. Young man does a nice job. Big middle heifer. I could maybe shorten up that teat structure again to make one that much better. You get her out on the move, and that's probably when she's at her best out here today. The heifer in second. I like her size. I like parts of her, especially from the back side of her shoulder back. I like her rib shape. I like her levelness to her rump. I love her hind leg. I think she's got, form-wise, one of the best hind legs out here, and that's probably why she's in second. There's parts to that young lady's heifer in third that I can move her up a spot. She's fresher made, and she's better fronted. This heifer got too much crest to her neck, not the prettiest headed Hereford that you'll ever find, but I think got too many good pieces not to be second. Young lady's just got a wonderful heifer. She's giving her a hard time. She's not third because she almost ran me over there earlier. She's got a third place heifer that's just a little plainer through her rump. Doesn't have the best toe structure up on those front feet. A little plainer as you work your way down to that lower quarter as well. She's just got a heifer that's not wanting to cooperate the best in the world. But I give her a congratulations on sticking with that heifer and doing a great job. Then the heifer to conclude the class, dark, deep cherry red heifer that you really like on the stand. When she starts to travel, she's just got a little hitch in her giddy up. She kind of gets a little bit labored down in that hock. You see her go right now. She doesn't have that length of stride, the mobility that you see in the heifers up ahead of her. She's also a female that's pushing a good bit of condition over that top line for me. But it's certainly a nice class and a whale of a heifer to lead it off.
Our good friend Rita Hoplin's been listening to us. She confirms that was the reserve heifer at the 4-H show. She just brought up a good point about what's going to be at the FFA show, both with all the breeds, but a lot of the kids, the younger ones come 4-H, but the kids that have aged out of 4-H are going the older kids, so it makes up the numbers on the other end because the older kids that have aged out of 4-H are going to the FFA show.
Yep.
So it'll be, and that will be a shootout, I'm sure.
Absolutely.
It's a nice problem to have, to see that many cattle come and, and go to a fair, and try to figure out, geez, how can we get, how can you get any more? I mean, I really thought, and this is kind of neat too, I was wondering if showmanship was mandatory during that showmanship deal as many as they came. I mean, there was 16 classes in that intermediate deal, and the ring was full every time, 12, 15 head or whatever they broke them at.
Yeah.
Good Lord.
It was a long day on cattle and kids, and I think we come out. We weren't first couple. We were like the 6th class, I think, of the day. We come out at 7, and I think we got done, and we left all our tack because my father-in-law was coming with Shorthorn, so we didn't have to load that out. Walked the heifers across the road to the trailer lot, put them on the trailer, and I think we got to bed about 12:30, 1 o'clock. So.
I bet. Well, we stayed to help broadcast and didn't get, that fitting contest wasn't over till about 11 o'clock. And I took off. I mean, we got done with the cattle show and everything, and I thought, I didn't realize they were going to keep doing it. I'm glad they did, but I didn't realize all that. And, heck, I didn't get the results. I was about pulling my drag. It was about 11, because I went home that night, too, and it's about an hour. It was after 11 before they said it was 11 when it got done here, and they can't really move because of school and everything. They can't really move They can't move it. They got to have it about to say do that on Saturday, but they might might even have to almost start earlier or get 2 judges or something, get it.
Yeah,
He used his daughter's money. She worked her butt off. She did a nice job of that. But boy, that is just a lot of showmanship.
It's a lot. Yep.
And I liked how he did. Blake Nelson did it, and I liked how, he gave the kids their time, and he didn't rush through it, which that needs to be. That's just another part of that learning. You're just not going to do it if you don't get the experience and get the eye time from that judge.
Absolutely.
I figured out who was one. Here I'm sitting there watching Thompson do the Simmental side.
Results from your purebred Simmental show. Your champion junior purebred heifer goes entry 622. That is dressing.
He placed him just like I did.
Yep.
Nebraska. And reserve champion junior purebred heifer goes entry 2277. That is DCR Miss K152, exhibited by Ruda Cattle Company of Fremont, Nebraska. Back on your Hereford side, we've got a division and class placings to deliver. From class 364, first place and champion
Maybe not.
spring yearling heifer goes entry 2149.
No, he used. Didn't he do that same way? Did it? He used Reasons and then Journey Reason and then Rudas.
Yep.
Place entry 1738. MAV Blessed Bliss 248 KET. Third place entry 955. K Karma 247. Exhibited by Autry Person of Hampton, Nebraska.
I think we're getting this. Oh, you're talking on this side, yeah. He did maybe switch this pair, didn't he? This will be interesting to see how he talks.
Absolutely.
This one here. So it makes the world go around.
Junior yearling heifers born January 1st to February 28th. In the ring on our north side, in our purebred Simmental show, it should be class 722, heifers born in February of 2022.
Well, if you're far enough back and you're watching the Hereford show, you're saying, why is the heifer in second getting beat? And I understand that. And if her feet were probably going the direction that they should, she'd be up there in first. I got to make cows out of them, and I got to give a little bit on structure at times, but there's too much goodness to this heifer up front, especially at the ground, for me to get around. Is she as attractive fronted? No. I need to carve off some of that upper crest to her neck. I'd like to put that head in front 1/3 on that heifer today, but when you analyze the length of body, the sheer function and mobility, and the foot quality that heifer has to offer, she's just going to win today. She's not as deep-sided. She's not as highly fitted as the heifer in second. We can talk about the fitting contest all day long. The cows are more important to me. And I think, this heifer has got some quality. I'm not going to get critical on a good one, and this is a good one. But the problem is all 4 feet toe out a little bit. I can maybe give a little bit, maybe if the front feet, maybe if it's just the back, but those feet on all 4 want to go outwards just a little bit too much for me. As I get around behind the cattle, she gets awfully coarse, not too bad, but just an observation in that tail head. But I'd like to give more dimension back through that hip. That's a heifer for the depth of body that she's got and the fit job that's been presented to us today. I just need to put more true dimension out through that rump. But beautiful top line in her. I think her structure in terms of a hind leg has got some adequate function to it. But when you get around behind her, those hocks start getting closer, and then those feet start going out. Nice heifer in third, a heifer that just kind of, again, has some cow look like the heifer up that wins the class today, but she too is just further along in condition. Compositionally wise, she's a heifer that's got some meat, but too much over that muscle for me to get any higher today. A little bit plainer back through that hind leg, and certainly her front 1/3. Interesting class. You can pick them how you like them, and I certainly wouldn't argue if you like that heifer in second to go up a spot.
Results from our Hereford show on the south side of the arena. Placings from Class 366. First place, and this will be your champion junior yearling female, goes to entry 1056, HH Miss Dynamite Impact 2002, exhibited by Timber Hula of Creston, Nebraska. Second place, and your reserve champion junior yearling heifer, goes to entry 3095, EF Lady Queen K17, exhibited by Kiera Bremer of Fullerton, Nebraska. Third place goes to entry 1488, TKCC Miss Dorothy 203, exhibited by Chloe Tolley of Burwell, Nebraska. Now we will be selecting our grand champion polled Hereford female in our South Arena, and placings and class results from Class 722 in our purebred Simmental show. First place goes to entry 326, GAC Miss Harley, exhibited by Christo Cattle of Albion, Nebraska. Second place, entry 2683, BWL Hart 217K, exhibited by Heim Farms of Plattsmouth, Nebraska. Third place, entry 2883, Gonzer Right to Love K31, exhibited by Bar S Cattle Company of Pierce, Nebraska. And fourth place, entry 136, PGN Miss Heartbreaker 208K, exhibited by Prime Genetics of Kearney, Nebraska. In the ring now in our purebred Simmental show, Should have class 724. These are heifers born January 2022.
Well, here in your Hereford ring, let's start by giving our Hereford exhibitors another round of applause here this afternoon. Great lineup. And as I said earlier, as a Hereford breeder, you know, I come out and I'm also an Angus breeder, but I probably am as critical on this breed as any because I know the lengths that we have gone to as a breed, whether you're a horn breeder or polled breeder, to get these cattle to where we're at today. We've increased udder quality. We've added muscle to the polled cattle. We've always claimed, or folks have always claimed, the horn cattle had more meat and muscle, and I probably wouldn't argue with that 20 years ago. But we've increased so much quality in this breed, but we've got to maintain that. We don't want to go backwards. And so I'm critical on the foot structure because as a Hereford and an Angus breeder, I'll tell anybody any day of the week, you've got to maintain the foot structure on these cattle because if there's one advantage a Hereford cow has over an Angus, it is the foot structure. Keep that in this breed, and probably that's why I got a little bit critical on that senior division down there. But I'm not going to go through these cattle. To me, I think it comes down, I'll just go ahead and tell you, bring the September heifer out. She'll be your champion. This heifer is she's the most my kind. Her head, her neck, her blending into her shoulder into her forerib. When she gets out and walks, like I said earlier, she can maybe get a little tight in her spine at times when we're having to maybe get her moving right. But that heifer is just really, really good structured, and she's got the body and the femininity to go along with it. Then for me, maybe the harder decision is this. As we start into our polled bull show, 4 nice critters out here, and I think 2 that kind of fit together very well. The leadoff bull, though, I think handles himself the best. I think as he transitions from his shoulder into his forerib, he's stronger in that shoulder top junction. He is the thicker ended of the 2. Just a really neat pattern to him, very youthful still. They're just calves, and so you still want that calf look, and yet maybe those indicators of some herd bull potential. And I think if you start at the ground with him, he's really sound, really functional, really smooth up through that front end. I don't know what numbers are going to be like on him, but I would suspect he would be one that could even fit in that Cavanese category. And same goes with the bull in second. Not as thick-ended, beautiful coat to him in terms of his color pattern, his red eye, and how that comes into his neck. And that's an issue with Hereford breeders today. They want these red eyes, and the commercial cattlemen want it too. He's a bull that just gets a little tighter today in that forerib. He's a bull from behind, as I said, isn't as thick-ended as the bulls on either side of him, but I like his form, I like his function. That's a bull that's going to have some good days ahead of him. Biggest frame, longest bodied, highest performance of the 4 is coming in third. I love that length of body that he's got. He's a bull that's really strong and level down his top, out through his rump. He's not as attractive up from his shoulder forward as those 2 bulls ahead of him. I can maybe get that sheath maybe a little tighter up in that underline today, but nice long-bodied, high-performance individual. Then the calf to conclude the class just gets a little piecey today in that neck, shoulder forerib junction. I sure would like to smoothen him up. I'd like to make that hip and hind leg conjunct a little bit better as he's out traveling. But 4 nice bulls there to start your show.
Results from your purebred Simmental Open Female Show. Your champion senior purebred heifer is entry 1859. LKCC Miss Chili Pepper 124K, exhibited by Corey Kirsten of Gretna, Nebraska. Reserve champion goes to entry 326. Entry 326, that is GAC Miss Harley, exhibited by Christo Cattle Company of Albion, Nebraska. Now in our Simmental show, we will be selecting our grand champion purebred Simmental Open Female. Results from your polled Hereford Bull Show from Class 370. First place goes to entry 2147, Land Lincoln 3060, exhibited by Langren Ranch of Bartlett, Nebraska. Second place, entry 2816, MCM Liberty 323L, exhibited by MCM Polled Herefords of Ayer, Nebraska. Third place goes to entry 3548, Land Lincoln 3022, exhibited by Langren Ranch of Bartlett, Nebraska. And fourth place goes to entry 1565, CM Zane V776, exhibited by Morgan Ranch of Burwell, Nebraska. In the ring now in your polled Hereford show is Class 372. These are junior bull calves born January 1st to February 28th of 2023. At the start of the Simmental Purebred Bull Show, we'll be handing out an award. A Memorial Herdsmanship Award. It'll be awarded here by Diane Duran, your Secretary Director of the Nebraska Simmental Association. So looking forward to see who gets the Herdsmanship Award this year. So very special award and event.
Over in your Hereford Bull Show, nice class. I don't know that there's a last place bull out here. You can make some different decisions as a breeder. The bull up front, I think he's just kind of the one I latch onto pretty quick. And if I'm going to change him, I'm going to just build him a little stronger and more open in that forerib today. He's got a little shoulder. I don't think it's a problem. It just is evident more so because he's tighter in his forerib. And for that depth of body and that shape he's got from behind, you know, man, if you could just smoothen him up right there, I think then he's hands down the one that wins the class. He's just kind of got a neat herd bull look already at this stage in the game. Yeah, a little brisket, but I think that's a really good functional hind leg he stands down on. Bull that's fighting us a little bit, young lady out on the halter, is one that I think has got a load of potential. He is so strong, where his advantage over the class winner is right in that forerib. He is so precise and so correct in that shoulder top junction. He maintains that all the way back through his rump. He too has got a really good hind leg. He's not as naturally deep as the bull right in front of him, but he's a bull that if he would just come out and get his brain and that show halter working together, there's a chance he could win that class. Another nice profiling bull in third. Very complete, very fault-free. Not one to act right either, but I love his shoulder. He's really smooth and flat in his shoulder. He's good in his top. Maybe gets up in that tail head, gets a little bit awkward in that transition from his hock into his his stifle into his hock joint today, but a good calf on the standstill for sure. And then the bull to conclude the class, maybe just a little frailer from the ground up and rear forward. Gives up some of the natural dimension down that top and through his center portion of his skeleton today, but a one that certainly looks like a Cavanese type of bull that could go to work here in the months ahead. In your Hereford Bull division, we bring 4 calves back out that I think all have exceptional futures ahead of them. They're just baby calves, and the days ahead will continue to improve. Simply basic fundamentals that they possess, the structure and the ability to move. They're built right. They're right for the times. I just think there's some differences out here, and that's a good thing. As I said yesterday, good comes in all kinds. For me, I guess I like the calf up front. Love that pattern. I think he won that class very handily. Good structure, really neat fronted. I think for me, the 2 bulls that need to go together are the 2 older bulls behind. Just a little more weight per day of age, a little more maturity. And again, can be used for different purposes within those 2 together. Let's give them a round of applause. 2 nice bulls in your Hereford show.
From your purebred Simmental show, your grand champion goes to entry 1859. That is LKCC Miss Chili Pepper 124K, exhibited by Corey Kirsten of Gretna, Nebraska. That will also be your Nebraska bred champion purebred Simmental female. Your reserve grand champion, purebred Simmental female, goes to entry 622. Dressen Kiss and Tell, exhibited by Journey Reeson of Hoskins, Nebraska. Congratulations to all you Simmental exhibitors. We will be bringing in our bull calves here shortly. And to switch back over to our Hereford bull classes. Placings from Class 372 in your junior bull calf class, and also champion junior bull goes to entry 3272, FCC Stormy 302L, exhibited by Graydon Forbes of Kearney, Nebraska. And second place and reserve champion junior bull calf goes to entry 1811, H46 Outlander 313, exhibited by Huwaltz Herefords of Randolph, Nebraska.
Nice single entry May bull here in your Hereford show. Really up-headed, really got a neat head and neck and design on him. As I get back into his back 1/3, that's a bull that wants to drop in his pins ever so slightly. Maybe not the deepest sided calf that you've ever seen. And you could give him just a little bit more lower 1/3 or that rib if you so choose. But more so than anything, I just like to bring him up in that rump structure and level him up down that top because he's got such a neat front 1/3 and he's good down at the ground in terms of 4 feet that are quality, and his bone work works right. Nice single class entry there in your Hereford show.
From Class 380 in your Polled Hereford Bull Show, early summer yearling bulls, first place goes to entry 319. It's NH Roland and Doe 2103, exhibited by Nelson Herefords of Burwell, Nebraska. Coming in now, we'll be selecting our grand champion Polled Hereford Bull. In our north arena, we have our first class of Foundation Simmental Open Bulls. This is Class 636, bulls born April of 2023.
Well, as we come to the conclusion of our Hereford show, just a trio of bulls out here, and really my comments on a good bull show. Maybe not the numbers, obviously, of the females, and that's typically the case, but the quality remains. I'm not going to go into great detail about them. I've just done that enough in the last several minutes. For me, the easy decision is just to keep those calves together. I just think there's a lot of future to them, and as I said earlier, for different reasons, as a producer, as somebody needing a bull, I think you can latch on really to all three of these bulls for different reasons. But to come out here in the show ring today and pick two that I think need to go together, those are the two for me. Congratulations to all of you.
Your grand champion Polled Hereford Bull goes to entry 3272, FCC Stormy 302L, exhibited by Graydon Forbes of Kearney, Nebraska. And your reserve grand champion Polled Hereford Bull goes to entry 1811, H46 Outlander 313, exhibited by Huwaltz Herefords of Randolph, Nebraska. Results from Class 636 in your Foundation Simmental Bull Show. First place goes to entry 4033. That is RG Monumental L472, exhibited by Reagan Gitline of Juanita, Nebraska. Coming in next, we'll have Class 638, bulls born in March of 2023. Results from Class 638 in your Foundation Simmental Bull Show. First place goes to entry 281, NRN Grizzly Bear 365L, exhibited by Nicole Nichols of Chambers, Nebraska. Second place goes to entry 3863, YR Mr. Osborne, exhibited by Y-Bar-R Simmentals of Riverton, Nebraska. In the ring now, we have Class 640, bulls born February of 2023. Results from Class 640. First place goes to entry 1466. That's C Bar W Lotto 390L, exhibited by CW Cattle Company of Wayne, Nebraska. Coming in the ring now, we'll be selecting our champion junior foundation bull calf. Your champion junior foundation bull calf goes to entry 281. That's NRN Grizzly Bear 365L, exhibited by Nicole Nichols of Chambers, Nebraska. Reserve champion junior foundation bull goes to entry 1466 C-W Lotto 390L, exhibited by CW Cattle Company of Wayne, Nebraska. Coming in the arena now will be Class 650. These are bulls born April to June of 2022. Diane, did you want to give that award now or into the purebreds? Okay. Results from class.
Okay, over here in the South Ring, we've just started the Maine-Anjou show with our heifer calves. These are all one march and 2 marches in February in this class. Got entries from Prospect Hill, Gateway Genetics, and Jet Fogarty. Judges Mr. Kyle Galili from Georgia. Don't know a lot about him other than his family's judge cattle, and he's done this for a lot of years. I know they raise a lot of Hereford and Angus cattle out in that country, but I don't really know. I don't know if he ever coached a judging team, or I don't have his lot, but I do know he's judged a lot and is very well respected and does an awesome job. He's been nailing them as far as everybody's concerned. Sure not getting any complaints. Again, these will be high Maine heifers.
Placings in Class 654. First place goes to entry 3512. MR W/C Red Eye 892J, exhibited by Illingworth Farms of Funk, Nebraska. That will also be your champion senior foundation bull. Now we will be selecting our grand and reserve grand champion foundation Simmental bull.
We start into our Maine-Anjou show here this afternoon. Nice trio of heifers, some differences, obviously maybe as much in terms of size as anything, but I'm going to pick the one that's right in the middle, and I think she's where she needs to be in terms of size and in terms of the depth of body that she's got. Nice angle to her shoulder, nice hip and hind leg. I think all three of them are kind of fighting these halters a little bit today, so they're not just standing just dead on, but this heifer, once she stops and pulls herself together, I think that added depth and size fits me just a little bit better. I like a lot of things about the young man's heifer in second. I don't like her attitude today, but if she would just quit fighting and stop, that's a really nice heifer in terms of her altitude, where her neck comes out of her shoulder, her strength atop, the length from the point of her shoulder back. Just wish she was a little bit more natural in terms of the depth. I think she's deep enough, and I think as time progresses, that's not going to probably be as much of an issue. But today, just drop that flank down ever so slightly. Heifer in third certainly kind of gives up some pounds to those heifers ahead of her, but structurally is getting more upright in her shoulder. Part of it's fighting the halter, but she'll kind of like shuffle those front legs instead of bending that knee and flexing out. But as you get around behind the trio, she's the one that gives up the most dimension today, but nice profiling type of heifer. Got too much to contend with out here.
Placings from Class 500 in your Maine-Anjou show. First place goes to entry 3108, exhibited by Gateway Genetics of Pierce, Nebraska. Second place to entry 3632, exhibited by Jeff Fogarty of Walt Hill, Nebraska. And third place, entry 4019, exhibited by Prospect Hill Farms of Elm Creek, Nebraska. That will automatically be your champion junior heifer calf. Our next class will be Class 514, spring yearling heifers born March 1st to March 31st of 2022. Your Grand Champion Foundation Simmental bull and also your Nebraska Bred Champion Foundation Simmental bull goes to entry 2881, Bar S, no excuses, K232, exhibited by Bar S Cattle of Pierce, Nebraska. Your Reserve Grand Champion Foundation Simmental bull goes to entry 281, NRN Grizzly Bear 365L, exhibited by Nicole Nichols of Chambers, Nebraska. Congratulations to you exhibitors. Coming in the arena now on your north side will be your Purebred Simmental Open Bull Show. This will be Class 736, bulls born April of 2023.
Over in your main show, March class, I'm going to leave this pair of heifers as they stand, and then I like both of these heifers extremely well for different reasons. As I step back and just pick the one, like I talked earlier in the Hereford show, pick one that's probably more my kind. I see the head and neck design of this one. She's a little cleaner down through her chest and brisket today. Maybe keeps those front legs a little closer together because of it. That heifer up front's pushing some chest, and so she's looking awful bold up front, and you get her out on the go. Her problem is she just doesn't want to walk. I wish that heifer, if she would just slow down, relax, I would probably venture to use her maybe a bit more because whenever she starts getting choppy in her stride, her tail head comes up, she just kind of loses her momentum to this heifer pretty quick. But I just see a little bit more maternal look here. Maybe not quite the dimension right through her center rib, but she's longer bodied. She's got more length of muscle to her. Her hind leg's not precise out on the move. She's getting a little bit of a coarser hock joint maybe on the inside of that hock, but that heifer just maybe too good for me to get around today. The heifer in second, I love that build and just the shape to her center body and upper portion of her rib, the natural depth that she gives you, a nice bone work underneath her, a nice foot she stands down on. But like I said, pushing some shoulder, pushing some brisket, getting her tail head up, and so she's just not putting it together quite like the heifer ahead of her, but boy, I do like some pieces to her. Nice pair of heifers in that class.
In your Maine-Anjou show from Class 514, Spring Yearling Heifers, first place goes to entry 2279. That was exhibited by Ruda Cattle of Ames, Nebraska. And second place, entry 4018, exhibited by Cooper Lindstrom of Elm Creek, Nebraska. At this time, we have a special presentation to give from Diane Duran. Here, I'll pass the microphone down to you.
Thank you, Christian. We have a really special award this year. It's our first year. We are honoring the late Ronald G. Miller, and the Nebraska Simmental Association decided to give out an annual Memorial Herdsmanship Award in honor of Ronald G. Miller. And the first year's winner goes to Illingworth Farms. So Amber Hallgren and Colt Illingworth, would you please come up and accept your award? We had two judges go through the barns, and it was a really close contest, but we are very proud to give the first year's award to Illingworth Farms. Where's the camera? Right here.
If you're wondering, that's pretty neat over on the Simmental side. If you wonder what's going on, we kind of stopped for a minute. Diane Dern, are the executive secretary of the Simmental Association. Here a year ago, Simmental Association lost a near and dear friend to all of us and to the state fair and the show out in Kearney, the Cattlemen's Classic and everything. Ronnie Miller really did a lot, and anybody that's in the Simmental industry or really around the state, I think everybody knew Ronnie, and Ronnie, I mean, just great old boy, just supported shows and supported people and just led Simmental all his life. And anyway, there's an award in his honor this year, awarded to Ellingsworth Farms, and it's a herdsmanship award. Ronnie's sure been missed around here in a lot of places. I mean, really was a super guy. Way back over on the Maine side here, single entry class from Corey Kirsten. She's kind of tearing it up. The young lady just won the purebred Simmentals on the other side and brought back a really good Maine heifer over here on this side again.
Here on your Maine-Anjou single class February heifer, and really nice fault-free individual, not a lot of holes in her, and you can maybe pick her apart and change a thing or two, carve down some of that upper crest to her neck, drop her in her spine ever so slightly as she goes, but that's a heifer that's attractive out through her rump, really nice angle and design from her stifle down to the ground, a heifer that hits her stride really well when you set her off into motion, pretty headed female, nice single class heifer.
Results from your Maine-Anjou Class 516. First place goes to entry 1857, exhibited by Corey Kirsten of Gretna, Nebraska. That'll also be your champion junior heifer for that division. Coming in next, we'll have Class 522. That's your cow-calf class. And results from your purebred Simmental Open Bull Show. Champion junior purebred bull goes to entry 1799. That was M/H code 923L, exhibited by McConnell and Hogan of Sutherland, Nebraska. And reserve champion junior purebred bull calf goes to entry 1588, RL Leroy Bold L27, exhibited by River Lane Simmentals of Brady, Nebraska. Coming in next, we will have Class 742. These are bulls born January 22. That will also be your champion senior purebred bull calf division. In your Maine-Anjou show, there are 2 classes, so we'll be selecting our junior champion heifer at this time. We'd like to recognize a couple fine young ladies who are doing a great job promoting and representing the Maine-Anjou breed. The National Maine-Anjou Princesses. We have with us Emma Hall. Emma, can you raise your hand? And Riley Codner. Both of these young ladies are from Nebraska and represent the Maine-Anjou breed. Let's give them a nice round of applause and welcome them to the Nebraska State Fair.
Here in your Maine-Anjou show, 3 nice heifers, and not to go into great detail, you've got 2 that came out of that same class of marches, and just some differences. I like the maternal look of the heifer up front versus that female at the end. That once you get her parked and set up, boy, she's got a lot of good pieces to her. Out on the move, she just gets so crazy in her travel, wants to get her tail out and her tail head up, and she just needs to relax, and that kind of gives up that maternal advantage to that heifer that was ahead of her. Our February heifer, a nice profiling female, beautiful head, up-headed and alert, maybe not quite as accurate out on the travel as that heifer right in front of her today. I think you can do a couple of different things. For me today, I think that was a nice pair that went together in that March class, and I'm going to leave them together. Congratulations. Congratulations to you two with a nice February.
Hey, your champion female will go to Ruta Cattle from Ames and follow. They'll keep that pair together. Cooper Lindstrom will have your reserve.
In your Maine-Anjou show, your champion junior heifer goes to entry 1857, exhibited by Corey Kirsten of Gretna, Nebraska. Your reserve champion junior heifer goes to entry 4018, and that is 2279, and that is exhibited by Ruta Cattle of Ames, Nebraska. Coming in the ring now, we have Class 522. This is your cow-calf class, and this will be your cow-calf champion division.
Nice cow-calf pair here in your Maine-Anjou show. As I said earlier, in a cow-calf division, your goal is to make that next generation better, and I think we're right on target. That cow's a nice female. She's got some bits and pieces that you could tweak, and maybe in that next shoulder forerib junction, maybe out through her rump today, but she's got a beautiful calf on her side, up-headed, pretty fronted, pretty body type as you transition from her shoulder into her forerib. I could maybe set that tail head a little neater in her rump today, but good hind leg. Nice pair those gentlemen bring out to us. Congratulations.
First place in your Class 522 cow-calf class goes to entry 3634, exhibited by Jeff Fogarty of Walt Hill, Nebraska. Now we'll be bringing in our division winners and selecting our grand champion Maine-Anjou female.
Well, as we bring our divisions out in our Maine-Anjou heifer show, let's start by giving them a round of applause. Not a big show, but a good show. I'm not going to take much time. I like this calf up front. Just told the gentleman I think she's going to have a lot of good days ahead of her. Her femininity, her structure, her balance at this point in the game, they've got to start like this to get down here to this end point. And when you can start with good structure and put some eye appeal and some pizzazz to them, there's good days ahead of her for sure. Is she going to win? I don't know. I like this big heifer a great deal. She's a heifer that, as I've said, is not just perfect in her movement. She's getting maybe a little coarseness to that hock on the inside of that hind leg. Nothing I'm really worried about at this stage, but a good foot, a good maternal look to her, the body, the length that she's got, and combined with depth and the good muscle pattern from behind. She beats a really powerful heifer behind her that's just acting cantankerous. She's best when she's on the standstill, but she tends to fall apart when she's getting out here and fighting us too much today. I guess how I like him today, I'm going to use the big heifer directly in front of me, and I'm going to follow with this calf up front for reserve. Congratulations to all of you.
Well, Ryan and I got some great company here. We got the one and only Q dog, Quentin Samola here, come help us. How you doing today, Q?
Good.
Q, we got a Maine-Anjou bull showing here now. Let me catch up a little bit for announcing the champion female. The champion female went to Ruta Cattle from Ames, Nebraska, and the reserve female come out of the calf division was from Gateway Genetics from Pierce, Nebraska. We've got, before we get into the maintainers, we've got AJ Pospisil here with a pair of Maine-Anjou bulls. We were just talking before. You've probably been to more shows than I have. Didn't those calves pretty well? Those three heifers have probably all won a show somewhere. The numbers are down, but those main heifers were all pretty good, didn't you think? I mean, I know the one has won quite a bit.
Yeah, they were very nice.
What have you been in the? What's coming? What have you seen up there that's good? Who do you think's going to win the fight? You making a bet for tonight yet? Who's going to win the overall heifer deal? You like the semi pretty good?
She's nice. I think the Wimfleck, will be tough.
Is good, ain't she?
Red Angus.
I forgot about the Red Angus. Kind of forgot about her out there. It'll be a good drive. It will be a good drive for sure. We know we ain't going to get bet on who's going to win the game. I couldn't get the Golden Gopher over there on the other side. Val, I couldn't get the Gopher to bid. He wouldn't take Minnesota either. He says I'm still from Beaver Crossing originally. He wouldn't take it either.
I think it'll be coarser than the guy thinks.
I hope it will be. We better do something. We're getting them thinned out in the football ranks faster than the Colt. Half of them are in jail.
I heard that.
I don't think Ruli's got quite the get out of jail free system that old Osborne did when they were playing.
I'm just going to go with that added size and extension today, up-headedness, long-fronted to that calf up front. Nice moderate package there, and to the bull in second. Congratulations to both of you exhibitors.
Your Maine-Anjou show, results from Class 530. First place and also Grand Champion Maine-Anjou Bull goes to entry 1622, exhibited by A.J. Pospischal of Chambers, Nebraska. Second place and Reserve Grand Champion Maine-Anjou Bull goes to entry 1623, also exhibited by A.J. Pospischal of Chambers, Nebraska. In the ring now, we'll be starting our maintainer classes. This will be Class 600, spring heifer calves born March 1st, 2023 or later. Results from your purebred Simmental Open Bull Show. First place in Class 758 goes to entry 2879. Bar S Whiskey Flight J101, exhibited by Bar S Cattle of Pierce, Nebraska. We will also be selecting our Grand Champion Purebred Simmental Open Bull in your North Arena.
All right, Q, get you wired up here. We're on the maintainer heifer calves here. We got 4 in this class. AJ Pospischal, McKenna Renner, Trigan Bowman, and EMS Enterprises. A pretty stout little set of heifer calves. Q, we were talking before you got here, we were talking about the FFA show this weekend, and we've been hearing from everybody in the world how tough that hog show is going to be. All right, put your mic down over there.
Yeah, it'll be brutal.
Somebody said, who is it judging it again?
Todd Byers from Texas.
Todd Byers from Texas. Where is he? Is he a producer or is he coach somewhere?
He breeds Chesters and Durocs and Hamps.
Go. We had Rita Hoblin text me a while ago. We were talking about, everybody thinks the 4-H show will be so much bigger. Well, it really won't be, because all of the kids that aged out of the 4-H, the older ones, all those good older kids have all got FA hogs, don't they?
Yes. I think the steer show will be tough too in FFA.
I haven't heard who's got anything coming. I don't even know what's coming for steers.
I haven't heard much.
I haven't heard either. I have heard lots of hogs. I heard you're going to be stout again with a couple, but I've heard all kinds of hog people coming.
Oh, yeah.
And if you're just judging, or if you just joined us, the judge is Kyle Gluley from Georgia now. Their family grew up in Indiana, raised cattle. I know they raised quite a few Herefords and Angus. I don't know, they do a lot of purebreds. If they do quite a few more, I think he runs a lot of commercial cows and stuff too. Well, the Gluley family's been synonymous with judging good livestock and judging these bigger shows all over the country. Got a lot of give and take here in this class. What was that?
Here in our Maine-Anjou side, nice class of 4 heifers, and I think a logical start to this class up here with the March female. She just puts the most good things together and does it to the highest degree. I like her out on the move, especially just so sound, so long striding. She's up-headed, she's alert, she's transitions neat from one end to the next. She's got more body depth than those couple of heifers behind her. Just a real nice way to start. Logical second. Strong top, level rumped female, a heifer that's got some angles and correctness not only to her shoulder but as well from her stifle down. Gives you a nice youthful look to her front 1/3 as well. She's just a neater rumped heifer than our female that stands in third today. Heifer in third fights us a little bit out here, and that doesn't help you any, as well as the heifer in fourth. But I like this heifer from her hip forward. She's really strong in her top. She's really correct in terms of her shoulder design. Just wants to drop in that pin set ever so slightly. She's not only drops in her pins, but she's even a notch shorter rumped. Probably a longer sided heifer. Young man's got in fourth, the Baldy female. She's really long from the point of her shoulder back, just kind of is a plainer and rougher around the edges. Not as attractive up from her shoulder forward, as well from her hooks back and pins down. Fighting that halter doesn't help her structurally any, but I think that's a heifer when she acts right, certainly moves plenty well around this ring today. Nice heifer to lead off this group. Congratulations.
Your results from the Purebred Simmental Bull show. Your Grand Champion Purebred Simmental Bull goes to entry 156, SFI High Velocity K7F, exhibited by Prime Genetics of Kearney, Nebraska. And your reserve Grand Champion Purebred Simmental Bull and Nebraska Bred Champion Purebred Simmental Bull goes to entry 2879, Bar S Whiskey Flight J101, exhibited by Bar S Cattle of Pierce, Nebraska. Congratulations to you exhibitors. We will be moving into our group show here shortly after pictures in the Simmental show. And results from the south side of the arena from Class 600 in your spring heifer calf class. First place goes to entry 1624 PLK Houdat Matty 053L ET, exhibited by AJ Pospischal of Chambers, Nebraska. Second place, entry 4194 RNR Leather and Lace, exhibited by McKenna Renner of North Platte, Nebraska. And third place, entry 3489, EMS LA Woman, exhibited by EMS Enterprises of Gothenburg, Nebraska. Fourth place goes to entry 2226, exhibited by BCC Miss Black Betty, exhibited by Tragan Bowman, calves born January 1st to February 28th of 2023.
Second class of maintainers, nice pair of heifers that logically kind of fall into place, and both are nice. Heifer up front just puts the most quality together from her shoulder forward. She's a heifer that lays in at the front side of that shoulder neater today. I like that flatness, and then I like the transition into her forerib, and she maintains the balance and symmetry down her top line better, certainly as you get into that tail head. You work your way down to the ground, a good hind leg that she sets up underneath their appropriate placement to her stifle, and then continues down from her hock down. The heifer in second, long-bodied heifer with some dimension and depth of body, some shape from behind. With that, you've got more openness to her shoulder today. She doesn't have that flatness that you see in the female before. And then as I compared the two, certainly as you get back into that rump, that tail head doesn't lay inside of that top line quite as nice as the heifer in front of her. Still a good functional hind leg that she travels out on. Gentlemen, have two nice heifers for you. As we bring our calves out, again, 4 nice heifers. Just tell you briefly, the 2 class winners need to go together first and foremost. The heifer up front, you like the performance. Again, as I talked to her in class, the flexibility and the length of stride that she provides is really, really good. She's up-headed. She just distinctly won that group of 4 pretty handily today. And then you came into a pair of females in the February class, such a delightful fronted female in terms of her head and neck and shoulder, so flat and correct in that angle. I think a distinct advantage with her over the heifer in front of her is as you transition into her forerib in that shoulder top junction. She's so precise and so level and balanced there, and she keeps that all the way back into her rump structure. Good hip, good hind leg. I'll use her for your champion. Follow with our heifer in front of her for reserve champion. Let's congratulate those gentlemen on a nice pair of calves.
Results from your maintainer show. Placings in your Simmental group classes for your produce a dam. First place goes to entry 1850, exhibited by Jeremy Wirtz. And second place goes to entry 3864, Y-R Simmentals. Congratulations to all the Simmental exhibitors, and thank you for participating at the Nebraska State Fair.
Young ladies bring us a nice pair here in our mate class. Big framed heifer here. I'm not going to tell you that she's too big or tell you what they need to be like, but this heifer is just awfully good. Young lady does a nice job getting her shown out on the move. Sometimes she wants to fight and maybe get her head down, but boy, you step her on the profile and park her, and you get that hind leg back and that head up, she commands your attention pretty quick. That's a heifer that probably a little neater right down there through her brisket and chest floor, really cool in her shoulder top junction, and maintains that advantage all the way down that top. Just really strong and correct right through that center spine versus the white-legged heifer behind her. Good hip, good hind leg to follow up and carry that heifer around the ring today. Nice way to start the pair. Really powerful individual in second. Young lady's got a heifer with tremendous volume and arch and curvature to her rib. A lot of power and dimension from behind. Is she as strong and correct in that top line right out of her shoulder? No. She a little bit heavier down through her brisket, a touch. Maybe getting a little bit of coarseness to that hock joint. Nothing that I'm really concerned about. More of an observation in comparison to the black heifer in front of her. But that's just a heifer that kind of gives up some of that maternal look to the female in first. Nice pair of heifers. Congratulations, young ladies.
Results from Class 610 in your maintainer show. First place goes to entry 978, BML Nicky 224K, exhibited by Jelinek Cattle Company of Osceola, Nebraska. Second place goes to entry 943, GAL Miss Sally, exhibited by Zoe Melander of Belgrade, Nebraska. That will also be your champion summer heifer and reserve. Coming in the ring now will be Class 612 spring yearling heifers born March 1st to April 30th of 2022.
senior heifers here. Oh, over on the Maine-Anjou side here, we've got a pretty tough class for short numbers. These mains are coming pretty good. Got a lot of 4-H members show these Maine-Anjous, don't they, Q?
Yes.
A lot of them just can't stay and do this all week. Looks like winning this class is going to be Trauernich's heifer. Katie Stiles, so let's take it she's a Stiles Katie. RFCM, what's that? Is that a who would have?
Somebody probably bought some eggs. I think that's what she is. She's a sib doll.
She must be one of those be a sib from Minards deal, right? Yeah, the style. So evidently a Stiles Katie that Trauernichs are showing. LJ Wells rolling in second hole.
That as a breeder or as an exhibitor, you can find different things to latch onto wherever your fundamentals and personality hits in this business. To keep them maternal, I latch onto this heifer up front, the white flanked heifer, pretty quick. Just basically her structure, just that maternal look in her head, her neck, and then the depth of body that's so natural about her. As you get around behind these cattle, no, she's not the thickest ended of the group, and I don't have to have that. That's not my first go-to. I'm going to keep them sound, and then I'm going to put some cow-like look to them, and if I can get the show heifer look to match, that's where I land on her. And I think she's a great show heifer. I think she's probably an even better cow prospect long term. The heifer behind her, young man does an awesome job with, and she's the thicker-ended female for sure. Well presented, well brought to us well in terms of a fit job today. When you get around behind these cattle, she's got a little extra fill on that left side, and part of that works to her disadvantage in terms of breaking into her forerib a little bit today, and maybe even not letting her move as well as the heifer that leads off because of that. But that's still a really good functional hind leg. Is she as naturally deep as that heifer that leads us off? Not quite. Is she deep enough? Absolutely. The heifer in third, I think a logical third. I think this whole class lined up for me pretty logically. This is a beautiful heifer on the standstill. Maybe not quite as strong right through that forerib as the heifer in front of her, but really cool down her top and back through her hip. Nice hind leg. When she comes around and gets out on the move on those front feet, she wants to start rolling out, especially maybe on that left front foot, and maybe makes her just a little pigeon-toed out here traveling today. But that's getting critical on a really good one. Definitely not a third place heifer a lot of days. Nice heifer in fourth. She's deep. She's thick-ended. She's got some power down that top, right out of the top side of her shoulder. She handles herself plenty well out through her hip and her hind leg. Where I get concerned with that heifer is from the back side of her shoulder forward. She's a coarser-shouldered female. She gets more upright in that shoulder, tighter down in her knee, a little bit shorter fronted as well. She just doesn't compete with those top trio of heifers in terms of that balance and eye appeal. Good class of cattle.
Results from Class 612, Spring Yearling Heifers. First place goes to entry 1647, RFCM, Katie Stiles, ET, exhibited by Trauernichs Simmentals of Wymore, Nebraska. Second place, entry 2502, RJC, Miss Blue Chip, 2144K, exhibited by LJ Wells of Norfolk, Nebraska. Third place, entry 121, MCCO, Ringling, 013K, exhibited by Lexi Johnson of Gothenburg, Nebraska. Those will also be your champion junior heifer and reserve champion junior heifer. Now we'll be selecting our grand champion Maine-Anjou female, and on the north side of the ring we'll be starting our Piedmontese show with Class 802 spring heifer calves born April to July 31st of 2023.
All right, Q. So we got from the back to the front, we got a Style Katie coming out of the big drill, the Trinix heifer, and then you told me, and I keep forgetting, the heifer in the middle, Yellowneck's showing. The heifer in the out of the middle of the Yellowneck girl is showing is a County O maternal maid. So we got a little semi-main action going there, and then our division champion. Did you remember what the? Did you know what Benish's heifer was?
Oh yeah, she's an icon.
Icon, that's right. We got an icon heifer out of the first division. Put that down a little more. There you go. There you go. So I don't know. So 3 really good heifers. Sure, some differences in them. Got one that's darn sure cowy. I guess they're all darn sure plenty cowy. You making any? How you voting? Which one do you like? You're probably a little biased, huh?
Yeah, just a little. But they both look good.
Yeah, they do.
I walked up here because I know what I did last night and what Kyle's done. I think he's going to swap it.
I could see that, especially after watching the Herefords. Ryan Dunklaw's up here too, and we did last night. The heifer in the middle was beat the heifer in the back, but there'd be no reason to say that they couldn't go the other way. It's sure enough a close pair. I have the personal preference in Cowie.
That calf's no slouch either, though.
No, sir, not one little bit. You're right. He could go that way and put that calf in part of the pair and not have. Well, let's see what he does.
What a nice maintainer show. Definitely deserving of a round of applause for those of you behind me in ringside that can do so at this time. Nice set of cattle. Not maybe the biggest show certainly I've had, but I'm not convinced probably the toughest decision in a breed championship that I've had over the last couple of days, because I think you can justify all 3 of these heifers in front of me. I think you can come up to this calf very quickly, and because of her eye appeal, because of her structure advantage that I've talked a couple of different times, that calf is off to a wonderful future. Her hind leg, her flex down in that pastern joint, good hip, and as you keep working forward, she's not super deep. She's just a calf, and she doesn't have to be. So she's appropriate in terms of body depth. It's that tying into that shoulder top junction that I still really like so much, and then as you work your way down into that flat shoulder. Young lady's heifer in front of me is just awfully powerful. Again, when you stop and get her parked, she commands your attention. She's up-headed. She beat a pretty good heifer in that division, but she's so good in her top and back through her rump today. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that's the most perfect hind leg I've laid my eyes on maybe the last couple of days. Is it a functional hind leg? Yes. Maybe just a little bit straight, and I had her step up a position there a second ago, because if you get that hind leg too far back, you start to realize maybe just how straight she is from her hock down, but that's getting critical on a really, really good one. Probably the cow of the 3 at this point in the game is here in front of me from our last division. Just a beautiful brood cow look about her head and her neck, her angle to her shoulder, transitions really nice into that 4 rib, and as I talked in class, the natural depth that she brings to you from her elbow back to her flank. Sometimes we feed these cattle awful hard and pour stuff to them to try to get that natural depth, and you can tell where their flank sits and where their underline is. That's not natural. Where this heifer's flank is, and then you study that sweep to her rib, that's how that heifer's built. She's probably been fed right too, but that's natural body depth to that female that I really, really appreciate. Is she the thickest ended of the trio? No. Is she appropriate? Is she adequate? Absolutely. And just a really sound, functional female to go along with it. She beat a nice heifer in that class too. I'm going to take another quick look at them. I don't know that I've made my mind up just right, but just wanted to tell you what I see in this lineup. Put your hands together for me again, because these 3 exhibitors deserve it.
Your turn, Ryan. Your turn. Give him Boy, Judge Dunkelow, you weren't kidding. This is a pair. I think he nailed that. Don't you think he did that pretty good? I mean,
Oh, yeah.
He put a good.
It was close in my mind
You bet.
last night, but they're just so different, and went with the
They
one that was a
are.
little more ready, I thought, right now. And I honestly, I think the one at Tronics looks better today by a significant margin than
You
what she
bet.
did yesterday. It looks more hydrated, back shape's better.
Well, same thing, different day, different deal. Second day oil, even
Yeah.
as much as anything. But I'm not saying that to make you defend yourself. We
No.
were just talking before about how close that pair was. That's why you come back up here. That is a great pair of heifers. Either way you do it. Now she gets her parked. You can do her like that a little more.
Yeah,
I'll be
there
danged.
we
He
go.
did switch from that. He called that one.
We watched the Herefords earlier, and kind of
Yep,
some
same
things that I
kinda
saw
deal.
last night that I did, and then sit here and watch him do it, and different opinion, and that's
I
what
think
makes
that's
cow
good.
showing good.
You bet.
Absolutely.
That's the part that I'm getting at. I'm not picking on one or the other, criticizing anybody one way or the other. I think that's great. I think people's different opinions. My God, if we all like the same one, it'd be a pretty poor. Wouldn't be any reason to do this. It's kind of cool. Man, that's cool. But
He must have made the calf reserve. Is that what he did? Left that one out.
Oh, did he really?
Yeah. Left that other bred out.
I'll be danged.
Good lineup, though. I mean, good.
Oh, for
top
sure.
to bottom, really, really good stock.
Sometimes, and it's hard to see that from when you're at home or watching on the computer while you're at work or whatever, looking at your phone when you're on the tractor. It's sometimes kind of hard to realize. You look at these smaller shows, you don't realize what the quality is. But right there is a testament to it, how tough that is and how many good ones there are around there. That doesn't take, and he said that in his comments.
Yeah.
Guess we might know how he's voting.
Well, it's the one that he had to really bear in and probably work and figure out where he wanted to let his priorities lie, for sure. So.
For sure. I'm going to tell you on it, not to change the subject, but over here on the North Ring. Now, I don't mean this detrimental one little bit, guys, to Piedmontese things. I honestly did not know that they showed them. I mean, I know they've been feeding a lot, and they got that huge deal, here in Nebraska. That Piedmontese deal's been,
sure.
He'll kill them. I really didn't know that there was a lot of interest within that breed to take them to the show ring.
Oh, they traveled too. There's one here. There's some stock here from North Carolina, Tim.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Well, somebody said, I just had a guy text me from the back that said there's quite a few of them here. Well, that's awesome. I mean, nothing wrong with that either. But
it must be a national show. What they had a special name for it or something, I thought.
They did? Well, let's see.
In the program, but.
Q-Dog, what we got here? We got the SOE Piedmontese.
Yep, whatever SOE is.
Well, in college, SAE was anybody, the fraternity you could get into. But
I thought it's how you graded oil.
That's true, too. By God, we do. We've got North Carolina and Nebraska. So I guess we all knew on the main side he used Lauren Trauernick's heifer to win, and then he followed him with Circle B livestock from Albion with reserve with an Icon heifer calf. I know Circle B's got a sale coming up here on SC. I got to promote old SC, but I know Mark Benish and his family they've got a sale coming up here in Albion. The third week of September.
Yep.
We won't argue about this one. I think he's got this class right.
Yeah, I think it's a flip of a coin for sure.
It is. This young man is kind of one of my heroes, though. This little beau.
Which family is this?
Pospischels.
Okay. Yep. He was a little slow to the mic, and Thompson beat him. Now he's he's kicking himself a little. Tell you what, when you start doing a few of these things, you kind of figure out how to set your pace so you're not just standing.
That hurt Blake a little Saturday doing them heifers. He got caught with that because that sheep guy got wound up.
Yes, he was, and that's cool. Obviously,
it's awesome. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's last night before we were picking champion or whatever, Tucker was getting ready to. I was getting ready to do. Maybe it was something in showmanship, and he was over there talking his grand drive on those heifers or whatever. And I was just waiting to, let him slap the heifer and let everybody give their applause or whatever. Go ahead.
Really nice steer that we bring out for our maintainer show to wrap it up. Gentleman does a nice job. He's got a youthful look up through his front end, ties in smooth and transitions into his shoulder really nice, and from his shoulder into his forerib. He's got a good enough hind leg, but I like the feet as much as anything that he stands down on. He'll be a nice one to feed out for that gentleman on down the road. Congratulations.
Placings from Class 660 in your maintainer show, your all 2023 maintainer steer calf class. First place goes to entry 1621 PLK BP on target 64L, exhibited by Bo Pospischal of Chambers, Nebraska. And that will conclude our maintainer show for the Nebraska State Fair this year. Rating some placings in the Piedmontese show. From Class 804, first place goes to entry.
I don't think we did quite get done with our mains. We must be going to have a group class here.
Groups. Well,
yeah. Or bulls, maybe.
No, there's group. That's a heifer.
Yeah, that's right. This must be the group of 3 or.
Either, or a get, maybe a get aside. Produce a dam, it says up there. There you go.
Produce a dam.
When I was helping my father-in-law with the Shorthorns, I was giving Glooly a hard time because they were doing pair of bulls or get a dam, and I said, "Don't you think it's kind of overkill? We have Grand Reserve Bull and the heifer won her division," and then he goes, "You gotta know these Shorthorn guys; they sure love their groups," he said.
Oh yeah. Well, back in the day when most of them showed that, those group classes paid a lot of bills.
Yeah.
I know that they still do, but.
It ain't like it used to be.
I judged up in Montana, and Don Carty brought a semi-load of them back, from California. Did the Montana State Fair a few years back, and he said he went to them and he made a deal. He goes, he says, we're either going to show all these groups or you're going to give me this many of the prizes and y'all can fight over the other ones. And he was showing for that money. And this isn't that long ago. This might, I don't know, maybe 5-6 years ago up there. He's still, a semi-load of Herefords and Shorthorns.
That's a lot of work.
Breeders Group.
Well, Tim, I don't think they're going to bring us any more cattle.
I think we're done.
Yeah.
I don't know if they've got any Dexters or not, but I don't think I'm going to. I think we are done for the day.
Well, there's nothing sitting up here, I can tell you that.
Nope, I think we're done. I think the next time we will see you will be at, what did we decide, Alyssa, 6 o'clock, Liza? 6 o'clock tonight for the Supreme. There is going to be a great Supreme Open. That probably, you can flip back and forth when the Huskers score, then you can come over and look at us again,
I hope them Huskers are scoring so much.
Oh, man, I do too. I hope it's boring by 6:15, but either way, we'll sign out for now and go Big Red.
goes to entry 7. That's Calamity exhibited by Caitlin Strickland of Middlesex, North Carolina. Coming in next will be Class 808 senior yearling heifers born December 1st, 2021 to April 30th of 2022. In your Maine-Anjou group classes, first place in breeders group of 3 head, produce a dam, and best 4 head all go to AJ Pospischal of Chambers, Nebraska. Congratulations to you, AJ. Results from Class 808, your senior yearling heifers in your Piedmontese show. First place and champion yearling female goes to entry 1103, JKHF Kiki 1K, exhibited by Kiera Hennerberg of Diller, Nebraska. Second place and reserve champion in this division goes to entry number 1, Frida, exhibited by Marina Strickland of Middlesex, North Carolina. Third place goes to entry 1098, JLH K1 1K, exhibited by Josie Hennerberg of Diller, Nebraska. Fourth place to entry 1141, DJHF Caitlin 7K, exhibited by Dennis Hennerberg of Diller, Nebraska. Fifth place to entry 1105, JKHF Kinsley 6K, exhibited by Jamie Hennerberg of Diller, Nebraska. And sixth place, exhibited by entry number 3224, DJHF 11XK, exhibited by Kellen Schlickman of Beatrice, Nebraska. Congratulations on those classes and divisions. We'll now be bringing in Class 810, 2-year-old senior females. We'll be starting our Dexter show in our South Arena here shortly. First class in will be Class 700, late heifer calves, March 1st, 2023 and after. Results from Class 810, 2-year-old senior females. First place goes to entry 10, that's Lucille, exhibited by Larry Strickland of Middlesex, North Carolina. Coming in the ring now will be Class 812, senior females born December 31st, 2020 or before. Our first class of Dexters is in the ring. This is Class 700, late heifer calves, born March 1st, 2023 and later.
Well, it's a pleasure to continue on with your show this afternoon with your Dexter cattle, a nice moderate frame breed, and a breed believe that stems from Ireland, and that's where the Galooly name stems from. So we've got a couple of things in common today. But nice class to start with, the black heifer that leads us off, just a heifer that probably provides a little bit more performance today, and I love the length of body that she's got. I like the depth. I like the shape from behind. A heifer that's got a good hind leg and some substance to go along with it. We come into a pair of heifers, charcoal females. The heifer in second, a little more body to her. When you get right behind her and study her through her center rib and maybe a little deeper and more uniform from her elbow back, get around behind these two heifers. I don't know that there's a huge difference in terms of muscle, but a heifer that you like her kind really well. The heifer in third, I think in some regards, is going to give you maybe a little more stature long term. She's a heifer that's fighting the halter a little bit. I think if she'd relax, she'd drop in her top line and just be a little easier to appreciate down that top. But she's really strong and level back through her rump. Good hind leg to set down. Black heifer, the gentleman's coming out next with maybe just a quicker maturing female for me of this lineup. I love her depth. A female is tremendous in terms of that center body that she's got to her. But as you get to that hind leg, she's got some set to it, gets a little quicker in her step, and like I said, maybe just some looks of quicker in that maturity. Then the red heifer to conclude the class, a little greener in her makeup today, probably one of the more frail females, and a heifer that gives up more shape as you get around behind her, but I like the levelness to her top, good hip structure to that heifer. Nice class of heifers to start out your Dexter show.
Catching up on some placings from your Dexter class, Class 700, first place goes to entry 233, SMD Ellie Nell, exhibited by Jeff Chambers of Adams, Nebraska. Second place, entry 237, SMD Tatum Nell, exhibited by Jeff Chambers of Adams, Nebraska. Third place, entry 1673, High Pine Sherry, exhibited by James Wool of Hot Springs, South Dakota. Fourth place, entry 232, SMD Vienta Nell, exhibited by Jeff Chambers of Adams, Nebraska. And fifth place, entry 1906, Double D Lita, exhibited by Don Rudolph of Scranton, Iowa. From your Piedmontese show, Class 8-12, first place goes to entry 3226. That is CSSF Ava 2A, exhibited by Chris and Stacy Schlichtman of Beatrice, Nebraska. Second place, entry 3222, CSSF Gertrude 3G, exhibited by Kellen Schlichtman of Beatrice, Nebraska. Third place, entry 1099, JKHF Edlania 6E, exhibited by Josie Hinderberg of Diller, Nebraska. And fourth place goes to entry 1139, DJHF Alicia 22A, exhibited by Dennis Hinderberg of Diller, Nebraska.
We'll bring in our couple of calves here from your first class here for your division. I'll talk this single class entry right quick. Gentleman brings a nice November calf. Plenty of size and extension to her. I like the length of body that she's got. She comes right out of the top side of that shoulder really strong in that top and works her way down into a pretty good foot for her to stand down on. Again, we'll get these calves matched up and see how they compare and pick you a calf champion.
Your senior champion and grand champion female goes to entry 3226, CSSF Ava 2A, exhibited by Chris and Stacy Schlichtman of Beatrice, Nebraska. And second place, entry 3222, CSSF Gertrude 3G, exhibited by Kellen Schlichtman of Beatrice, Nebraska. Congratulations to you Piedmontese exhibitors. In our division, champion heifer calf division in our Dexter show, your champion calf goes to 1814, Sheens Reba, exhibited by Jesse Buck of Kearney, Nebraska. And your reserve goes to entry 233, SMD Ellie Nell, exhibited by Jeff Chambers of Adams, Nebraska. In the ring now, we have class 704. These are late yearling heifers born March 1st to August 31st of 2022. We'll be starting our bull show for the Piedmontese breed on the north side of the arena with Class 820 junior yearling bulls born May 1st to November 30th of 2022.
Nice heifer to lead us off in this class of Dexter. A pretty good age spread from August to April, but like this heifer's balance and uniformity. She's got a nice cow-like look up in her head and her neck. I like the smoothness and angle to her shoulder. Blends and transitions really neat into her forerib today and maintains that balance on back through her rump. Bigger, longer bodied heifer here in second. Not as attractive out through her rump today. If I could bring her up in that pin set, maybe balance her up a little pretty where that neck comes out of her shoulder, then I think you got a closer decision there between first and second. But I really like the volume and capacity that heifer surely offers to us, and certainly a distinct advantage over our red heifer in third. This is a very youthful, really fresh appearing female, but yet at the same time works to her disadvantage a little bit. She doesn't offer that depth of body that you see in those cattle up ahead of her, and that's where I'd change her. I think she's a functional, I think she's a long striding heifer, really good in her top. I just like to see more belly underneath her. Heifer, maybe you combine these next two heifers, that heifer and the heifer behind her together. This heifer is deeper bodied, but she doesn't give you the strength atop. A little bit awkward out through her rump today, and so I think if you put those two heifers together, you got the right amount of body depth, and yet you still have the right amount of strength down that top and balance back through her rump that she kind of gives up to the heifer ahead of her. Come down to the most moderate heifer of the group, and I don't know for me or for anybody, is she too moderate? Is she just coming out with a gene that offers that moderation in size, but is she still going to be as good of a cow prospect? Absolutely, I think she will, because of her head, her neck, her shoulder, her volume that she's got to her relative to her size. To be more competitive out here in this ring, I just like to see a bit more stature. Then the heifer to conclude the class, you get that frame score with her. Yeah, she's more up-headed, she's longer fronted, and certainly longer from her shoulder back. She just becomes the most off balance for me, especially back through that rump. From her hooks back and pins down, she just drops in her pins and then gets that tail head up. Then those hind legs kind of set up underneath her too much. But a nice class of cattle, nice heifer to lead us all. division. Is that what we're calling this? 2-year-old? No, 2-year-old heifers. Here in our 2-year-old division, Dexter show 3 nice heifers. I think you can justify a couple of different things. I want to go with soundness of structure and mobility with this female that leads off. Maybe not quite the udder design that you see in the heifer that's in second today, but certainly a more youthful appearance up to her head and neck design. Love the length of body that she has to offer. Maybe bring her up at her pin set just ever so slightly. But when you get her out on the move, I think she has the distinct advantage over the heifer that's in second. Nice female in terms of body depth that the gentleman brings us. Moderate and conventional. Just love that volume that she possesses from the back side of her shoulder back. When she gets out on the move, she wants to just get a little bit awkward in that hind leg. She comes up a little short in her stride, just doesn't handle herself from her stifle into her hock as well as the heifer that leads us off today. Then the female that concludes the class, the female of the 3 that's not in lactation, but certainly love the length of body that she has, super long from the point of her shoulder back. Just gets a little flatter through the upper portion of her rib today, and as you get around behind the 3, probably the one that gives up the most shape from behind and gets a notch narrower gauged at the ground. But 3 nice heifers, nice heifer to lead us off.
Your grand champion Piedmontese female goes to entry 3226. That is CSSF Ava 2A, exhibited by Chris and Stacy Schlichtman of Beatrice, Nebraska. And your reserve grand champion female goes to entry 1103 JKHF Kiki 1K, exhibited by Kira Hinterberg of Diller, Nebraska. We will be starting in on the bull classes in the Piedmontese division here shortly. Catching up some placings from our Dexter classes. From class 704, first place goes to entry 1675, High Pines Kailua, exhibited by James Wool of Hot Springs, South Dakota. Second place goes to entry 242, Silver Creek Stormy, exhibited by Aaron Claire Chambers of Adams, Nebraska. Third place to 1903, Double D Gloria, exhibited by Don Rudolph of Scranton, Iowa. Fourth place to Double D Jude, exhibited by Don Rudolph of Scranton, Iowa. Fifth place to entry 1674, High Pines April, exhibited by James Wool of Hot Springs, South Dakota. Sixth place to entry 1870, Woofter's Marigold, exhibited by Woofter Ranch of Chapman, Kansas. And from class 708, your placings are first place, entry 229, SMD Madel Brigos of exhibited by Jeff Chambers of Adams, Nebraska. Second place to entry 228, SMD Vortex Ballon, exhibited by Jeff Chambers of Adams, Nebraska. And third place to entry 1900, Double D Xena, exhibited by Don Rudolph of Scranton, Iowa. In the ring now in our Dexter show is class 710. These are mature cows born before January 1st of 2021.
Here in the aged cow division, two interesting females. We've got a 2015 model up here in front and a younger version, an 18 model behind. And I think you can go either which way. I guess I'm really impressed with the older cow just for being upwards of 8 years old now. And she's just really maintained herself and still got a youthful look to her. You can tell the difference in age, certainly, between the two. And maybe not quite the utter quality for me that I find in the younger cow behind, but I love the depth of body. I love just the broodiness that she possesses about her head, her neck, her shoulder, ties into that deep rib cage, more level and nicer balanced out through her rump today, and still for an older cow, very sound on her feet and legs. Probably still a little better foot, and again, like I said, maybe a notch nicer udder quality because of her age advantage out here with the 18 model. Is she a pretty up through her head and neck? No. She comes up a little lower out of her shoulder, gets rounder out through her rump today, gives up a little bit of body depth advantage to the heifer that wins. But nonetheless, I think two cows that really have some long-term doability, still several years ahead of them, I feel, because of their structural integrity. Nice pair of females.
Catching up on placings in your Piedmontese show, Class 816 Spring Bull Calves. First place goes to entry 3228, CSSF Lawayne 9L, exhibited by Chris and Stacy Schlichtman of Beatrice, Nebraska. And the class that was just in the ring, Junior Yearling Bulls, Class 820, first place goes to entry 9. That's CP King, exhibited by Larry Strickland of Middlesex, North Carolina. From your Dexter show, catching up on placings, Class 708, first place goes to entry 229, SMD Madel Brigos. Second place to entry 228, SMD Vortex Ballon. And third place to entry 1900 Double D Xena. From Class 710, mature cows, first place goes to entry 230, that is SMD Sophie Furl, exhibited by Jeff Chambers of Adams, Nebraska. And second place goes to entry 231, SMD Esther Ballon, exhibited by Jeff Chambers of Adams, Nebraska. In our Dexter show, I believe we'll be bringing in the last two classes and select a champion mature female. In our Piedmontese show, we will be bringing in classes 824 and 826. They're both single entries, and they will be competing for champion senior bull.
Here on your Dexter side, we bring our mature cows out, and I think you can do a couple of different things and justify different reasonings. Without getting into too much detail, you've got the 2 young cows directly in front of me, the 2021 models. They're young. They've got that look of a long future ahead of them. Udder quality is there. In fact, as I talked about them, I like the femininity and balance of this one a little bit better than the female behind her, and yet I probably prefer the udder quality of the young cow behind her over her. But you get back to the aged cows, and certainly you appreciate the age and the form and function of those cattle coming out here and being able to get around the ring and perform and do their duties as a cow in the real world. For me today, I think I prefer the young cows. I'm going to keep them together up here, the 2-year-olds, and we'll congratulate them as champion in reserve. Nice job today.
As we get our initial winners out here, I think the grand reserve over the Piedmontese show. Let's give all these breeders and these bulls a round of applause, if you will, bringing them out. Boy, I am just plumb tickled with the
Your grand champion Piedmontese bull goes to entry 1104, JKHF Harley 3H, exhibited by Jamie Henneberg of Diller, Nebraska. And your reserve grand champion Pied Bull goes to entry 9, C.P. King, exhibited by Larry Strickland of Middlesex, North Carolina. Congratulations to you exhibitors. From our Dexter show, your champion mature female goes to entry 229, SMD Matey Brigos, exhibited by Jeff Chambers of Adams, Nebraska. And your reserve champion in that division was entry 228, SMD Vortex Ballon, exhibited by Jeff Chambers of Adams, Nebraska. We will now be selecting our grand champion Dexter female in our South Arena.
Well, it's been a nice female show here in your Dexter ring, and some variations of cattle certainly throughout the afternoon, from the calf class all the way up to our age divisions. And I think you can do a couple of different things. I like the calf up front, but I'm going to give her more time to grow and develop and prove to us what she's capable of doing. And I think it comes down between the gray heifer in our middle division and the black mature 2-year-old. I think both have to offer a lot of quality to your breed. I like their structure. I like what this female has done in terms of udder quality, and yet I could maybe shorten up that teat structure ever so slightly. I like this heifer directly in front of me for your champion today. Look forward to seeing what kind of cow that she can turn into, and then I will use your 2-year-old to follow for reserve. Let's give these exhibitors another nice round of applause here this afternoon.
Your grand champion Dexter female goes to entry 1675, High Pines Kailua, exhibited by James Wool of Hot Springs, South Dakota. Your reserve grand champion Dexter female goes to entry 229, SMD Matel Brigos, exhibited by Jeff Chambers of Adams, Nebraska. Congratulations, exhibitors. In our Dexter show, we will be moving on to our cow-calf pairs. And in our Piedmontese show, we will be showing our group classes. First class in will be 828 cow-calf pairs.
Okay, that was, the ring's empty right now. We just got done picking the champion Dexter female. It was exhibited by James Whale from Hot Springs, South Dakota. Reserve went to Jeff Chambers from Adams, Nebraska. I believe we're waiting. I think we got a lot of the same people getting some heifers put back, and very shortly we will start with the Dexter Bull Show. Coming up tonight at 6 o'clock, we will have the Supreme Champion Open Female and Open Bull out of from all the breeds represented that have been showed yesterday and today. And your judge today for the Dexters, as well as several of the other breeds, is Mr. Kyle Galuli from Georgia. Well, I misspoke. We got to get some pairs in first before we do that. We now have cow-calf pair classes. It should be class 713, 712, excuse me, class 712, if you're following along.
Well, as we get into our cow-calf show here in your Dexter lineup, I think we bring our two cows out we've seen thus far. Now we bring their calves on side. And again, now you appreciate them even more. You already appreciated them for their utter design and just still youthfulness. And even I use that term, youthfulness, even for the grown, mature cow down here because she looks so good for her age. But I'm going to leave them as they stand. We'll use your champion up here, the young cow. Just doing a great job with her May baby. Really nice calf that we saw earlier in the afternoon, and then our aged cow down here with a good bull calf. But again, I think you can justify going either which way. That's how I like them today. I'll use the youthfulness of that young cow and follow with the aged cow for reserve in your cow-calf show. Let's give our Dexter exhibitors another nice round of applause for your female show this afternoon.
Results in your cow-calf pair class from the Piedmontese show. First place goes to entry 3227, exhibited by Chris and Stacy Schlichtman of Beatrice, Nebraska. Second place, entry 3223, exhibited by Kellen Schlichtman of Beatrice, Nebraska. And entry 1101, exhibited by Josie Hinnerberg of Diller, Nebraska. We'll be bringing in Produce of Dam in our Piedmontese show. In our South Arena from the Dexter show, results from Class 712 cow-calf pairs. First place goes to entry 240, SMD Macy Brisos, exhibited by Jeff Chambers of Adams, Nebraska. Second place to entry SMD Sophie Furl, exhibited by Jeff Chambers of Adams, Nebraska. Those will be your champion and reserve champion cow-calf pairs. And we'll be moving on to the bull show. So next class in will be class 716, early bull calves born September 1st, 2022 to February 28th of 2022. results from your Produce a Dam in the Piedmontese show. First place goes to entry 3225, exhibited by Kellen Schlichtman of Beatrice, Nebraska, and second place entry 1102, exhibited by Josie Hinnerberg of Diller, Nebraska. That will conclude our Piedmontese show at this time. Still waiting to start our Dexter Bull show on the south side of the arena. Can we get Class 7-16 early bull calves to the show arena, please?
Young lady brings us a nice April calf here in your Dexter Bull Show as we start out single entry, really deserving of more competition. You like his upheadedness, you like his attractive transition that he makes from his neck to his shoulder, from his shoulder into his top, and then really good out through his rump and hind leg. Nice testicular development on this young guy. Off to the great start here for that bull calf. Nice way to start your Dexter Bull Show.
First place in Class 7-16 early bull calves. First place goes to entry 1676 High Pines Gabrielle, exhibited by James Wool of Hot Springs, South Dakota. Coming in next will be Class 7-18 late yearling bulls born March 1st to August 31st of 2022.
Get into our March and May class. I'm going to use our May up front to start with. He's not the biggest of the two. He's not the longest of the two, but I think just a real complete individual in terms of the way he's put together, like I talked that last bull, his neck, shoulder, forerib junction, a little beefier right over the center portion of that top line and then ties into that loin edge, a bull from behind. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that one's that much different than the other in terms of muscularity today. He can toe out a little bit up front on that right front foot. I'd like to toe that bull straighter away, and I give that advantage to our bull in second. Got a big foot that he stands down on. Those 4 feet go the direction that they should. Long-bodied, bigger scaled rascal. Has he got as much meat over his top line? Probably not. Like I said, not much differences as you get back into the center quarter of those bulls, but you can make your case on either which one to start that class.
Results from Class 718 late yearling bulls. First place goes to entry 1689. That's DB Leo, exhibited by Nathan Wool of Hot Springs, South Dakota. Second place goes to entry 1902. That's Double D Frank, exhibited by Don Rudolph of Scranton, Iowa. Coming in next will be Class 722. These are 2-year-old bulls born January 1st to August 31st of 2021.
Moderate conventional kind of 2-year-old bull here. Just got a nice masculine herd bull look up through his front end, appropriate in the angles to his structure, his shoulder, his hip, and his hind leg. If I'm going to change him, for me, ideally, I'd start down there at the ground. He gets maybe a little shallower in his heel, which kind of makes that toe look a little bit longer. I think if he had more foundation of foot and more depth of heel to stand down on, I'd appreciate that bull even more than I already do. But nice bull in his pattern and his makeup. Congratulations on that single entry.
Results from Class 722, 2-year-old bulls. First place goes to entry 1869, High Pines Bourbon, exhibited by Woofter Ranch of Chapman, Kansas. That will also be your champion mature bull, and now we will be selecting our grand champion Dexter bull.
Well, again, I think where your preferences lie, you can do a couple of different things as we bring our bulls back out for your champion lineup. For me, I think I'm drawn to the bull right here in the middle again pretty quickly. I think structurally, in terms of just that look that he gives you up in his head and neck, his strength of top that he's got and goodness back through his rump today, he's a better footed bull than that 2-year-old behind him. And I think he's just got that depth of heel advantage. He'll be your champion. And then I think you can make some cases for reserve. Do you use that March bull behind him that was in the same division? Super long-bodied bull with a little more size and scale. He's got a little more set to that hind leg. I'd bring that stifle, set that in that quarter just a little bit differently and change him from his hock down, and I see that advantage more so in this 2-year-old bull. That hip and hind leg is pretty powerful. As I said in class just a second ago, if I change him, I'd give him more depth of heel, take off a little bit of that toe for him to stand down on. That's a pretty impressive individual as well. I'm going to use him for reserve champion. Congratulations to you exhibitors.
Your grand champion bull goes to entry 1689, DB Leo, exhibited by Nathan Wool of Hot Springs, South Dakota. And your reserve grand champion goes to entry 1869, High Pines Bourbon, exhibited by Woofter Ranch of Chapman, Kansas. Congratulations to all you exhibitors. Now we'll be bringing in our Class 724 market steers, ages 10 to 24 months of age. We need to get the Dexter steer class to the ring, please. Please bring the Dexter steer class so we can keep moving.
As we bring our steers out in our Dexter show, three different types of cattle out here. I'm going to use the bigger, higher performance calf to lead us off. Just more to him, more body depth, more dimension down his top. He's just simply the three-dimensional calf of the three when you combine length and depth and dimension. Just individually smooth and correct in his shoulder, stands down on four good quality feet and legs as well. Maybe my decision becomes a little bit more challenging. I like the build, I like the muscularity of our black calf that's in third. I get concerned with his construction at the ground. His front feet get a little bit awkward for me, and it's starting to cause him to maybe get awkward in the knee and bow out a little bit, and then he doesn't quite move off of that hind leg with the same type of build. It gets a little bow-legged there at his hock joints, and that structure is such an issue for me, but I do love that shape down his top that he carries all the way back into his pin set, and this red calf that's in second gives up a little bit of that. He's a little flatter down to the upper portion of his skeleton, and as you get around behind the three, he's the flattest in that quarter. However, when you compare structure and more terms of longevity, he's the calf that I think will last longer at the ground because of that structural build, and maybe that muscle and shape will come on a little bit more with time. But nice trio, a little bit of differences to sort through.
Results in your market steer class from the Dexter show. First place goes to entry 1677, High Pines Remington, exhibited by James Wool of Hot Springs, South Dakota. Second place to entry 1904, Double D Ivan, exhibited by Don Rudolph of Scranton, Iowa. And third place to entry 1901, Double D Creed, exhibited by Don Rudolph of Scranton, Iowa. Now we'll have our Dexter group classes. Please bring your Get of Sire to the ring, please. Get of Sire.
All right, well, we're wrapping up with the group classes here on the Dexter Show. Keep in mind here, we'll be back in an hour. We're a little bit right before 6 o'clock. We'll see all these cattle and all the breeds back, all the champions, that is, for the champion overall bull and female from the open show, all the breeds that have showed the last couple days. Again, we'll have Kyle Galuli and Corey Thompson back picking the champions.
First place in your Get a Sire goes to entry 1678, James Wool of Hot Springs, South Dakota. And second place, entry 234, Jeff Chambers of Adams, Nebraska. Coming in now, we'll have our class of Best Udder. Best Udder class coming in.
As we come to the conclusion here of our Dexter show, this is the best udder contest, and so you kind of put everything else aside and judge these cattle as they are in terms of udder quality, and I think sometimes udder quality also plays into effect if you got a calf at their side and study what they're doing with a calf. But in this regard, we're just going to look at that udder design, teat placement. I like the cow we start with in terms of maybe the teat length, and as you get around behind these cattle from the rear view, I think a little more fullness to those back 2 quarters in that udder design. As we come to the cow in second, maybe doesn't quite give you that udder quality from behind, but I think similar design as you study him from the side profile. And then we conclude with a nice young female. I don't think you see the segregation of quarters within that female, but still nice young cow that's got good udder quality to her, just maybe a little bit better regards to the cow that wins this class today. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Results from your best udder. First, second, and third place all go to Jeff Chambers of Adams, Nebraska. Congratulations to those Dexter exhibitors. That was a very nice show. We sure appreciated having you at the State Fair. We'll be starting back at 6 o'clock for our Supreme Champion Drive. Hope to see you there, and we'll see you soon.